Welcome to Season 7 Grand Finals. This is Andromeda versus Metabusters. Metabusters has been struggling a lot versus his team, and is going to have to make a pretty difficult loser's bracket run here. This is a best-of-5 series, and Andromeda does get a free win here, so maximum of 4 games. But we are in for a banger, no matter what. The rosters have been announced from what I have seen, and Metabusters is trying something new. It seems like they've been struggling to win with their usual roster, so they're going for a bit of a different approach. We're going to see some matchups that we have not seen at all yet, in basically every lane. Which should be pretty fun, to be honest. I'm excited to see what happens here. But let me see if I can get that pulled up for us. Yeah, so this is the big one to watch out for. So instead of seeing Tusini versus Gruer, like we have been seeing, we're seeing Hongbaba versus Gruer. Now, Hongbaba's track record in the mid lane is definitely nowhere near as solid as Tusini's. So one could think of this as a downgrade, but I think Hong is generally considered to be a very strong player. So that could be something to his advantage here. But we're really going to have to see how this works out. It's a bold move from them for sure. I don't know how much practice they've had with this roster overall. So it could either go really well or really poorly. And from what I'm aware, they do have Corn on standby in case this goes wrong. They only have one game of error, though, and Andromeda is sitting pretty. All they need to do is win 2 games, which might seem like a bit of a steep ask, considering that's all you need to win. Like, you need that to win any series this season. But Metabusters is looking at 3 required games. Here is the updated score so far, and just a reminder, the game has not been played. They just get a bye because of how the rules work, so we don't have to run a bracket reset. But looks like Stanley is there, spectating for his team, giving some encouragement, as he has done throughout the season. But key player for Metabusters is going to be Fuger. He's played 66 games, 31 champions, around a 58% win rate, and he's sitting on a 3.35 KDA. Very solid player. We get to see him on support here, which we might have missed in a couple series along the way to get here. So definitely good to see that coming in. Solid player from the support role for that team. Looking on the other side, we do have Dad coming out from Andromeda. This could be another matchup to look at if we have time, but 38 games from him, 60% win rate, and 20 champions with a 4.04 KDA. Both of these players were in a tight race for that number 1 spot for all scrims. Dad did end up winning, I believe, along with Honan. Or no, maybe it's the opposite. Okay, I need to stop speaking out my ass here. I apologize. Yes, Stav and Fuger actually got first, so theoretically they should be favored in this bot lane matchup into Honan and Dad, but I think Andromeda has gotten the best of them a few times. They were just less consistent against other teams. Sorry, I got that flipped in my head. But anyway, even though Dad is cooking the better stat line here, I think Fuger is generally considered the better player over the course of the season. So, and Metabusters really wants to win to prove that they're better, and we have the opposite going, where Dad just wants to win to prove that he is first team. But let me see if I can get that other info for us real quick. I just want to grab that key matchup that we have here for support between these 2 teams, because I think it's pretty interesting. If we can take a quick look at that, I would definitely like to. And yeah, we should have it right here. Historically, Fuger is actually 3-2 versus Dad. I think the last series they played, Fuger wasn't present. So this could be pretty interesting, but Dad's stats overall are way better. 6.0 KDA basically. 5.96 is the actual one, and very different champion pools here. I don't think we see a single champion of overlap. Um, yeah, we do see the Nautilus being played against Fujer, which we don't see on the other side, but very different players here. Dad tends to go for some more aggressive, interesting picks, while Fujer tends to play way more conservatively. So this is going to be really interesting when we really get down to it. But the last thing I want to take a look at before we hop into draft is the champions to watch here. And now Hong swapping to the mid lane is pretty new. He's played some Ahri, he's played some Victor. The Ahri is his best performing overall. And Tusini in the top lane has played Riven is his best champion, but I'm not sure what these stats are looking like overall. And if I can, I want to see if we can get the matchup between Tusini and Arnia. I'm not sure if they've played before, but we are kind of running out of time. So I'm just going to have draft pulled up, and if I can get this info, I'm going to go ahead and do it. But draft should be starting in just under a minute. And oh, okay. So this is actually really interesting. So I'm going to try and pull it up real quick. Oh, oops, didn't drag correctly. And yes, here we go. Tusini and Arne have played each other 15 times, and it's basically dead even. But Camille, Riven, Irelia are the most played from Tusini and Arne. It looks like we've seen a Victor top, which is a bit crazy. And we've seen some more mages coming out from Arne, which is pretty interesting. But mostly tanks, and Tusini tends to play the more aggressive side of this matchup. But what I think that's really setting us up for is some aggressive solo lanes coming out from meta busters, and then some tanks on Fujer and Noam. But hard to really know what to expect. Echo ban against Gruer is the most expected thing of all time. Neil is actually being banned away from Stav. It's not necessarily one of his most played champions, but definitely something he's really comfortable on. And he was able to pick it out against Evan. The read could just be that it's really strong in the meta right now. Bard denied away from Dad. Again, pretty stock standard here. We could be expecting to see like a Jin ban or a Syndra ban. Twitch also banned away. They're really scared of Stav here. It almost seems like Andromeda is admitting that they do have the worst bot lane, and they're just trying to cover for it. Zillion's taken away from Dad. He's been playing it a lot, specifically for playoffs. He kind of saved it as a pocket pick, and that Senna is Fujer's key pick here. I wouldn't hate a Jin denial here from Andromeda, but I'm sure Metabusters does have a counter prepared for it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see whatever that is come through. But Talia is going over to Metabusters first. I would have to assume this goes to Hongbaba, but it's a champion that Gruer's been playing a lot recently, and here is this expected Jin coming out from Andromeda. I would have to expect the Metabusters as some sort of counter for it. Kais is pretty good. She can go in off the Talia flick. And I believe if the wall hits them, she can go in off of that too, and it's a pretty solid pick into the Jin. So I'm hoping we'll see that from Stav, and Shyvana locked in for Jonah. Pretty solid pick from him. He played a lot of that back in season 4, I think it was, 3 seasons ago, when he got most improved player, I think, or I don't know, he got something for the Shyvana. As I said, I do really gotta stop saying this stuff without checking. But yeah, he got second team jungle, MVP, and most improved. Almost as impressive as Gruer's recent sweeps. Some very storied players on this Andromeda roster. And Jarvan is locked in for Noam. It's something that I discussed in the podcast earlier today. Champion did get a 1% max HP buff on his passive, so he's going to be dealing some extra damage to these champions over on Andromeda, and is just a pretty solid champion. Lore matchup, I guess, versus Shyvana, a little funny. And Jinx is going over to Metabusters. This could be Hongbaba going onto the Jinx, but I have no doubt that Stav can play it just as well. Just a particularly notorious champion for Hong to be picking up here. But I do assume this is going to be Stav. And here is Arnia's Renekton going in right before the bans are taken away. I do not expect to see Tusini pick that Riven that we saw previously into it. Camille's still on the table, but probably going to be banned out. Although it is a pretty bad matchup, so could really go either way. Tough to know what these teams are going to look to do here. But nah, the Camille is going to be banned anyway. Still some good synergies with the Jhin in the bot lane, and Gruer is holding his pick probably for last. I would expect to see supports being rolled out in round 4 here. Vayne is banned away from Tusini in the top lane. Could be really annoying, but I would hate to see it in this team comp. Would be a bit troll, but the Syndra denial is really good here, and they just don't want to deal with the Vayne. They don't want to deal with the Vayne, and I'm not going to focus on that too much. We are taking our time on this last ban here. I'd like to see another mid lane ban, probably something that counters the Taliyah, but Taliyah covers a lot of champions that Gruer likes to play. But Maokai is actually denied from Dad here. They think it could be a pretty solid pick. It's able to get through the Jinx traps, which is a good way to get around the defensive tools that Jinx does have in her kit. And we are waiting for this to go through, and Nautilus is going to come up. Pretty solid champion. It's not my favorite here, but Tahm Kench, really good counter coming out here. Could be for top lane, could be support, but I'm expecting it to be support. Pretty decent counter if someone gets Tahm Kench ulted, or Nautilus ulted. You wait for him to get knocked up, and then you eat him. If you eat him before they get knocked up, Tahm Kench just gets knocked up too. That's not great. Pretty sure that's how that interaction works, but really good defensive tool into the Renekton, into the Nautilus, lots of CC on the other team. And being able to just tank up a lot of this poke that Jhin and Shyvana has. And drafting more tanks is pretty solid into Jhin. He really struggles dealing damage with them. So you kind of need a tank buster here for the mid lane, but now we're basically full AD plus an possible AP Shyvana. I don't know if I like this auction pick. Has the tools to deal with the tanks on this other team, but no, we are just going to see the Lucian pulled in. Taliyah does have some pretty good tools to counter him, but it's a solid pick. But we still do have this all AD problem. Tahm Kench, Zac, and Jarvan are all going to be able to build a lot of armor and make it really tough for Andromeda to get some damage down. And I think this is one of the few games where I actually favor the opposing team rather than Andromeda in the late game. Just because of the composition that's drafted here. I think Andromeda is worried about Metabuster's ability to just completely snowball the game on them and try to win that way. So they're making sure that they have a solid early draft so that that can't happen. Waiting for the lobby to be made. And then we should be able to hop into game here. I'm going to hold off on looking at any of this champion stuff until we know for sure who's playing the Jinx, because I think it's always possible that Stav is on the Zac or Tahm Kench top, and then we have Hong on Jinx and Tusini on Taliyah. And it looks like that's actually how they're lining up. So looks like there's a bit of a twist here. Metabusters really showing the flexibility of this roster that they have here. Pretty interesting stuff. And yeah, we are seeing an interesting roster coming out from Metabusters here. I don't think they necessarily swapped because they think any of these top laners are better than Korn necessarily, but this added flexibility that we're seeing come out here is really valuable. And we are seeing Hong's Jinx, which was able to make it through the ban phase. And they actually did bait out the Camille and Vayne bans, which I don't think we were going to see from Stav, which is pretty interesting from them. I do appreciate that change. So some of the matchups that we are looking at aren't exactly relevant, but you know, that happens. Nothing too crazy. League does not have any sound, which doesn't necessarily mean anything, but we are in client. You're just not able to hear it. I'm excited to see some Tahm Kench support. I'm a huge sucker for this. We haven't seen it as much since the champion did get reworked, but it's still pretty solid. His ulti is very valuable. It just kind of shifted that power level all the way back until that level 6 point, which is different than it had been previously. Okay, here we go. League sound is back. That was actually completely on my end, not a Riot problem. But here we go. We should have some more info on these champions right now. No matchups between Talia and Lucian, and no matchups between Zac and Renekton, but not very surprising. And Shyvana has absolutely booty clapped Jarvan the last time we saw it. I don't know if that's how the matchup goes, but this is a little bit ridiculous. Whoever played Shyvana here carried, and it was probably Jonah, let's be real. Jinx versus Jhin. Jhin is definitely a little favored here, but I think it could go either way. But you're not really drafting Jinx for this lane matchup. You're drafting Jinx to have Jinx in the late game. And unsurprisingly, Tahm Kench is absolutely guttering Nautilus in this matchup. 27 KDA in comparison to 0.75. Only on a one game sample, but definitely shows you how that matchup can be pretty one-sided. Past performance on these champions, we have seen Stav play the Zac once before. Pretty solid game. Arnie and Jonah, obviously a little more comfortable on their champions, and we're seeing the same thing down from Honan. They're able to get 3 of their most comfortable champions here, which is kind of just a consequence of having Gruer on your team. He draws so many bans. Dad has played this champion once before, and that 0.75 is looking mighty similar, so he might have been on that losing side of the Tahm Kench matchup. I'm going to have to check that. It's pretty interesting. But Gruer 4-1 on this Lucian too, nothing to scoff at. All these players super familiar on their champions, with the sole exception of Dad, kind of on a pick that he hasn't performed very well on in the past. Hangbaba 15-9, very prevalent Jinx player, 24 games total on that with 3.32 KDA. Tusini has played this Talia pick once more, and clearly he's not afraid to lane into Gruer despite the record. But yeah, he has basically a 7 KDA in that one game, very solid performance. And Noam has played a few games of this Jarvan before, but have not been his strongest showings overall. So hopefully for him, he's going to be able to turn this around. But Metabusters definitely need to make sure that they execute this game well. Don't want to throw it away. And I think they have set themselves up very well with the draft to be able to do it. Season records, though, none of these champions are looking particularly strong or weak. Tahm Kench has suffered a little bit, and Shyvana is actually undefeated this season, so that could be something to look out for. But I think that's more of a Jonah diff than a Shyvana diff. Jonah is 6-0 in the jungle against Noam, so this roster might have a bit of a weak spot in that particular area. So Noam's really going to have to make sure that he doesn't let Jonah continue to get the best of him. And no, Dad's Nautilus game was not against a Tahm Kench, but it was against Fuger. He was on Braum in that matchup, and this was in the series where Gruer flexed down to ADC to play against this team. But yeah, Tusini 0-5 against Gruer, as we've mentioned, and the bot lane looks a bit interesting. Fuger slightly favored against Dad, and Hangbaba slightly disadvantaged against Honan, which is not what people's reputations would have you believe. Stav historically has struggled a lot into Arnie. So, in theory, this roster does not result in a winning situation for the Metabusters in any position besides support. And if you look at the champion comfort that we were just looking at, that's pretty much the same thing you're seeing. Really comfort for everyone except that support role. So I think we're looking for the big difference maker in this game to be Fuger on this Tahm Kench, or it's just going to be another Andromeda win, which will put them in a very powerful 2-0 position. Looking at the overall records, again, none of these champions particularly notable. Talia and Jinx, as well as the Tahm Kench, have underperformed a little bit over time, and this Shyvana has looked really clean. Same with Nautilus. Jhin, obviously not looking great, but there's a couple Jhin players who pull it off, and I do want to shout out Honan here. He is using the best Jhin skin, in my opinion, Project Jhin, as well as the best Tahm Kench skin, Master Chef Tahm Kench, and I don't think anyone's going to debate that one. And we have triple pool party synergy. Let me see if I can pull that up for us real quick. But we got pool party Zac. Did not get it. But we should be able to get them loading in. We have pool party Talia, pool party Jarvan, and pool party Zac. Seems like Metabusters is anticipating something to celebrate about, and we will have to see if that does happen. We're on the Rift now, waiting to see if there's any early game action coming out here, or if it's just going to be a slower game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Some friendly chats coming out here. one representative from each role initially. But Stop butts in and says something nice too. Pretty boring standard 5-point. No one wants to just flip a game right at the beginning of the series, although that is the time where flipping a game is best, so could happen. Some early interactions coming out here. Ward is spotted from Jonah, but it's just a defensive ward, not looking for anything aggressive. And Jarvan is less likely to invade than he is to just go for a very early gank. Something on the Renekton early could be huge, but putting Brewer behind is really the lane that we want to affect the most here for either team. Mid lane is going to be super impactful. Most of Andromeda's games have kind of lived or died off of how well Brewer has done. Nautilus is going for some early info, gets the ward down on red buff, which should lead to a lot of defensive pressure for Andromeda. Makes it a lot harder for that bot lane to be ganked. Some early trading has gone down on the top side. Nothing really to worry about, but Tuna's at about half health. Arne in a very solid position so far. Yeah, Stav is getting completely chunked here. He does have his passive alive, but Renekton does have an AoE ability, so he's not really safe. And we did see that Zack's health regen was nerfed, but here's this early gank we're seeing, and Arne is getting knocked up, takes some damage, and it's mostly just going to be to save Stav. Arne is not going to fall down to a critical health level here. Noam is going to get spotted out on his red buff once he gets there, which is going to be very helpful for Andromeda to have that tracking information. Jonah's a bit ahead on camps, but was not able to have any impact on the map well. Noam has secured some additional CS for his top laner, and it's kind of evened out the lane a bit. Arne getting chunked down, but able to trade a lot with his Fury. Tower shots being thrown the other way, and the W just isn't going to be able to go off. Would have certainly helped him in that trade, but it's not like Arne is struggling in this lane at all. He's going to catch up with a lot of his CS. And Noam is sitting here waiting for the Scuttle Crab. He's down a couple camps, but just trying to make sure that Shyvana isn't going to be able to get the better of this one. But Shyvana's up on the top side and could be getting that Scuttle already. Lack of aggressive vision coming through from Jarvan here. And Stav's about to pick this up, but Shyvana is here. Not sure if the jump is available, but Stav can probably just walk this out or flash it. He's going to need to make a decision quick though, because if he falls into his passive, he's almost definitely dead, unless he can get to the tower like this, and it's actually just fine, just walks. Aggressive hook coming out from Dad, not going to find anything here, and Jarvan still just down pretty heavily on the Shyvana, trying to look to deny the Scuttle Crab, but just isn't going to get it. Could flow a flag down here to stop Shyvana's back, is going to do it, and Shyvana immediately heads up towards the top side, looking to find something, but is going to get spotted out for a ward. And Stav does have the jump, so he should be completely fine in this scenario. He's playing really aggressively though, gets a huge chunk down into Arne, who's able to get the stun off, and the grasp almost able to pick up the kill there, and Arne's just going to have to retreat. And is going to miss pretty much a whole wave into tower unless he burns the teleport. And he does. Game is dead even so far. Slight CS advantage in the bot lane for meta busters, but disadvantage for them in the jungle. But that's soon being gap closed, but Jarvan just taking an early base here. Dragon has spawned, and due to the grub delay, they actually haven't spawned yet, so we could see something interesting coming out there. Jarvan just grabbing a quick base, getting a moat, I believe it's called, and then a couple long swords. Trying to just book it to the dragon and see what he can get done, but the Jinx is having to take a reset, so not as much pressure as he would have liked to have, but he can get a nice reverse clear going here, pathing back towards the top lane. Stop's actually down a level here. Ultimate is available for Renekton. No shot it gets popped though. Just no reason to. You're gonna win these trades, but I don't think you have the all-in potential that you really want. Jarvan's pathing up towards the mid lane, possibly looking to find something here. But Guru's in a pretty safe position, does have the culling available to him, but there's no wards. If Guru steps up at all, he could be in big trouble. I think it could have been a better idea to just go for the dragon here, but flipping a fight mid is good for content. The flick from Tusini is missed. Jarvan going in, just not going to find anything. Lucian forced to dash away. No knowledge of the Shyvana yet. Grubs are up soon. Could be looking to fight this. Support is up here for Metabusters and is on its way from Andromeda. So we're looking to commit about 3 or 4 members for both teams. Lots of things coming out from the side of Andromeda. They're definitely aware that Metabusters has picked up this these grubs and are looking for something. And they are now looking to just trade the dragon. It's Chemtech Drake, which doesn't really benefit anyone on their team too much. It's pretty good for Renekton, but neither of the other bulkier champions are really looking for it. And this appears to be a full AP Shyvana, which should balance out their damage types quite well. Gruer could be looking to ult here, could put him in a good position, but Gruer taking so much damage, gonna find a level up, and Hong all by himself is able to just walk out, put a good defensive ward down to keep himself safe. Top lane, just another, I don't know, they're slapping each other, wet noodle fight. Not Pool Party Fiora, but Pool Party Zac, I think the fun still applies. Gruer going in really aggressively, does have the ultimate available, drops the calling, isn't able to find it though. Talia Wall could catch up to him, but I don't think there's enough mana in the reserves for that one. If Lucian had bought boots, could have been a kill angle there, but the boot advantage for Talia is really helpful there. Both junglers are pathing up generally towards top. Noam is going to be the one securing the Scuttle Crabs. Still a little bit behind on farm, but able to affect his lanes in a way that's helpful, but not as much. More resources were spent from them trying to get these epic objectives. And Andromeda does have the lead at this current point. No one's hoping that Stop can bait, and it looks like it's good. Flag and Drag and Ultimate is available. Flash is burned out both ways, and Talia is here. The flick coming through. Stop goes under tower, is going to pop the passive, but First Blood going over to the Jarvan. Really good roam by Tusini, and the series has started for real now. About 8.5 minutes in, first kill going over. And I think this does benefit Metabusters just because of the tempo, but Gruer's going to be able to get a lot off the plates here in the mid lane. Just going to get one picked up, which is equivalent to the amount of gold Tusini got from that roam. But Tusini's also denied a wave worth of XP, I believe. Oh, and we just completely missed a kill here. Opponent was able to pick up a kill on Hongo, and this should just be a double kill for him. Yeah, really well played there. I'm gonna go back so we can check what happened. Oh, the root hits on Hong under tower with Jin W, and then Dad just able to drop everything down, gets the ult off, and then really easy pickup for Honan there. Lots of summoner spells used, and Fujer actually did get the ultimate down, but they're just able to wait out that shield, and yeah, we already got the rest down. Yeah, I'm gonna try and catch us up to live. Yeah. Nothing exciting happening after that. Some pressure around bot lane, but Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes, so I don't expect to see too much committed. Stav just needs to be a little careful here. His passive's no longer up, but he just gets so much healing. The nurse to top lane Zac don't seem to be affecting him too much, but he probably could have been carrying a bit harder if they hadn't happened. Arnie somehow doesn't get the full duration of the stun off there. I'm not really sure how that works. It looks like the Zac jump came off as it was supposed to happen. Zac ult is available, but I don't think you want to all in with Zac unless you have that passive available to you, just a bit risky. You're just going to want to play safe, build up as much armor as you can, and hope the Shyvana doesn't get fed enough to kill you super easily. Sundered Sky and Kraken Slayer are first completed items for Jarvan and Lucian respectively. Brewer sitting at a nice 105 CS, way ahead of anyone else. And Noam's looking good in the jungle. I was a little worried about how this matchup would go, but I think he's in a better spot than Jonah is currently. Sav probably looking to grab this Demolish proc and then get out, but takes the turret shot instead. And Jarvan's pathing up. Dominus is popped, and Tuna's Stav's in a bit of a rough spot without his passive, and Fight It breaking down on this side of the map too. Jinx Rocket was just completely eaten by the Nautilus, and Fudra's going to be able to get this kill on the backside of it. Jarvan's able to get a kill. Shutdown going over to the Tahm Kench, and Stav just gets stuck in tower range. I'm not really sure what happened there. And Hong's looking for this kill into Dad. He's not able to find it yet. He gets hooked in, and that's a kill over to Brewer. And this is going to be a second kill over to Brewer, most likely. It does go over to Shyvana, but that should be the dragon for them, and this is exactly how Andromeda wins games. They just got kills all over the map, and more money in Brewer's pocket. And it's not like Duzin even really did anything wrong. He had the ultimate, though. He could have looked for a more proactive roam, but both of those fights looked like they were winning. Stav just getting creep blocked. And yeah, now Honan just books it straight mid, pops the ultimate. He's not going to hit any shots except for the last one, but I don't really see a way for them to stop this without burning Talia ult. And if you're doing that, you're going into double ADC and Shyvana. It's a bit risky. And yeah, there's the second dragon going over to Andromeda, and they're in a dominating position in this game. Here's the snowball that they wanted to play around with their draft. Jarvan setting up towards mid lane, maybe looking to get something done. But the game should slow down for a little bit, and Andromeda can just kind of stew on their lead. And looks like they're trying to get some plates down here, but Shyvana's going for a wrap. Did not sweep this ward out, so they're able to spot it. No root comes down, but that's a flash hook coming up from Dr. Dad, and the ultimate is able to land onto Hong. Jonah's going to look for this ulti, disconnect from Tahm Kench, but Tahm Kench doesn't even have Devour available, and Jonah's just going to miss the damage, which means that Hong should be fine. Jhin ult was burned in the mid lane earlier, and now we have another fight bringing out top lane. Arnie looks to be much favored in this one. Stav is looking for this, get some damage down onto Arnie, but it's not enough to really mitigate the trade. And Dominus is still available, also available for both of these players, actually. Stav's been able to get more damage down onto the tower, but I don't really think that equates to winning the lane. Arnie's in a much better position right now. He has the Black Cleaver completed, and Zach is still just thrift shopping. Stav's going for it, looking to find something. Did get his health back up to a better position. Any Zach trade where he's able to get all the blobs typically results in that, and Renekton needs to kind of commit to an all-in to fully zone him off of that. But Renekton does have pretty good healing on his own, so he's not super concerned. Yeah, and at this point, Andromeda is just favored in every single lane. It's very small leads. Support actually is going the other way, probably because of that kill onto Tahm Kench, but that's what we expected going into this game. But they're not super concerned, I don't think. They just want to get to late, but so far all of the boxes have been checked, except the grubs for Andromeda. If MetaBus is able to find a lucky fight late in the game, especially with the Baron push, they could be good. And awesome. Jonah has ordered DoorDash. Amazing. Well, anyway, I can now do my spiel. If any food delivery services would like to sponsor us, that would be awesome. We pause a lot, so you get to see the screen a lot. And instead of having, you know, Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats, whatever, you know, we can just get rid of those and have your sponsor here instead. Could be cool. But yeah, we're not officially sponsored by any of these people. It's just a joke. A lot of the pauses that we have are because of food delivery services, so why not pretend that we are sponsored by them? On that note, I am going to run ads during this pause. If you subscribe to us with your Prime sub or with a normal sub, you won't get them. Anyway, we are actually back to live, so apologies to those who aren't subbed. But it is killing our pre-rolls for 21 minutes, so it's advantageous. And Arnie stunning style under tower, but the Grubs targeting some tower fire. And Dad is probably looking at a really good angle here for the hook, but yet another Void. Just gonna assume that was some pause shenanigans. But Jarvan once again able to secure the Void objective. Unsurprisingly, Shyvana's been focused on dragons, and Noam has been able to pick up all the other objectives for now. There is a fight bringing down onto the bot side of the map. And Dad is knocked up in a really bad position here. Hong should be able to pick this up. Does get hit with the ultimate, and they're able to just walk this out. That is the thing. Tahm Kench doesn't have a lot of chase down potential, so if they're not able to just burst them down immediately, it is a bit of a bad look. Jinx able to outrange Jin though, so these trades after the fact are in a really good spot. Stop. Able to pick up that cannon. Better not see any -1s in chat. He's got it. And with that, Metabusters have actually evened up the gold pretty well. The Rift Herald could get something major done, and I think they're probably going to try to want to use it to leverage this third dragon in their favor. Dominus is popped. Stav still has his ultimate available to him. It's not still Let's Bounce, right? It is Let's Bounce, okay. And here's the dive. Actually forces the ult, or the flash, out of Arnie, and they're able to get the pull in, and this should be a dead proc up in the top lane. It takes so long though, but yeah, kill going over to Stav, and they should be able to just pick up this top tower and still have that Rift Herald available for the dragon. So Metabusters making this game interesting, and they don't even necessarily need to at this point in the game because they are favored so heavily in the late game with their composition. Woodger playing a little aggressive on the Tahm Kench. It's hard to not, but Jonah is just sitting here. Stuff could be happening in the bot lane, but Jonah's flank is what I'm really interested in. Brewer, huge burst of damage, and Jarvan is actually not here. He backed before sending it over, and wow, snipe from Jonah there, able to pick him off. And that means Jusini's going to be dead for the dragon. That's the last thing you want to see for Metabusters, but gold completely evened out. It doesn't matter though. But now a fight's bringing it down to the bot side, and Hong's able to pick up one, might be able to pick up two, flashes for it, is going to have to ult to pick this up, but doesn't have it available, taking so many tower shots, and now Jonah should be able to pick this one up. And if not, Jin's got the shooting gallery open, Fujer falling down super low. Stav is going to need the body block for this, burnt the TP to try and be there to help, but he can't stop Hong from just going in way too deep to try and pick up that second kill. I understand you want it, but Jin's just too far away. And he gets himself in a pretty bad situation, but it looks like there might be a dragon here for Metabusters, but Brewer is really scary. Highest level in the game, tied with the other solo laners, but I think they're just unable to contest this. And the mountain dragons are the last thing you want going over to Metabusters as Andromeda because of your split damage type, or because of your awkward damage types. I don't know what the best way to put it is, but Jinx going up top lane to cover for this Renekton. Renekton is able to just walk up uncontested, looking to set a trap here, but fight is breaking out mid. Jusini's caught. Brewer able to find the pick there, and he is sitting pretty with how much money he has. The trap has been activated on the top lane, and Jinx could be in trouble, but she does have traps, is able to bait out the Dominus, and should just be completely fine here. But that should secure the tower, and Honen's able to pick up one on the other side of the map. So Andromeda profiting a lot off this play despite having to sacrifice that mountain drag for it. Dad was in a bit of a risky position there, but the vision control for Andromeda is super solid, so he was not at much risk in the slightest. game has slowed down a little bit. Stav able to just frontline all of this. Does have a lot of armor at this point. I believe he's sitting at about 200. Puts him in a pretty good spot. Talia could be in big trouble here, though. Brewer is in a really strong spot right now, but it's just waiting for the collapse from Shyvana, who's also just sitting in the wings. And I think Tusini is going to be in big trouble here, but they're not going to overcommit to it. Zach's off map, Jarvan's off map for them, so they don't want to risk anything. Huge shutdowns are on the board for both of those champions, so huge potential loss there. Next dragon's up in about 3 minutes. Baron is on the table. With those Baron changes, though, I don't think any team is going to want to start it until they're very confident that they can get it. Flipping would be super dangerous because of how much damage you're going to take. And Gnome's over the wall. This could be a good play. They have vision of Shyvana. They know she's not there. But again, both teams just afraid to overcommit, and I think MetaBusters is fine just playing this a bit slower, but it's a bit risky with them being at a deficit. And there could be a collapse onto Jonah here. He's able to dodge everything, actually. Really good movement. Just books it immediately towards the top side of the map. If Brewer is able to get in safely, Tusini's probably just dead. Hong trying to get some damage down here, not finding enough to really get anything substantial. Stav starting another fight, not able to find much. Jonah able to secure that, gets himself a lot of vision, but that time he is hit, has to burn the ultimate to get out, and Zach isn't going to mind the damage that he takes here, but Dad's here, could look for a hook or an ultimate, but the Devour is available, so Hong is not at too much risk here. Shyvana's looking to get something out of that ultimate besides just defense, but now Tusini's in a bad spot. Brewer behind him, and he just burned everything on the wave, and he's just dead. Brewer able to pick up a savage solo kill in the side lane, and Tusini has to burn, or doesn't have to burn Flash at all, just decides to. Dad getting pretty low, but just goes under tower. Huge Jarvan ult gets them stuck together, but Hong isn't here for the damage. Gnome able to pick up one. If they can hit this turret, it goes down, and Jinx can get excited and try to get a kill off onto Honan too. But this is a pretty good push. Lucian getting so much off that silent tower, though. They're worth so much. And Jarvan's picked up, takes some damage, is able to get out of range of the Jhin ultimate, just barely. Dragon's up in 40 seconds, though. Gnome's going to need to base now if he has any help for it. And same with Tuna. We're seeing a full team reset pretty much, with the exception of Tom Kench, although he still has full wards, so doesn't necessarily need to, but it's going to anyway, just to keep his location in sync with his teams. Tusini's up, having a bit of a rough game so far, 0-3-1. But Brewer absolutely dominating. Strongest champion in the game now by far. If you're able to pick him off, though, MetaBusters might have a chance in this fight. They are really trying to secure these mountain drags. Renekton is not in the area yet, but does have teleport. They're able to spot out the Nautilus. Ults are available for everyone except Jarvan and Zach for MetaBusters, but a lot more are down on Andromeda's side. So MetaBusters probably slightly favored in this fight, although they're down 3,000 gold. Just keep in mind that these teams are not even at all. So they're kind of hoping that something good flips, but Hong just gets immediately hooked, gets devoured right away. They're actually able to bait in the engage. Dad is almost about to die and now gets picked up by Jinx. Arnie is about to fall after. That's 2 kills for the Jinx. Hong just trying to get resets here, and that's a triple. Looking for the Penta, obviously. And that's a Quadra. And Brewer is able to stop him from getting the Penta, but is going to fall down himself. Really well played there. Hong almost intentionally baiting that hook to come out. The entire team just tries to collapse on him, make sure he gets picked off. The Devour is just right there from Tom Kench. Really good play, if that was called, and very lucky play if it wasn't. This Dragon is going to be really impactful. Unfortunately, without Jinx, they're not able to pick up the Baron too. But that just made this game way more exciting. The big shutdown on Lucian was picked up by someone. I'm not really sure who actually, but the Shyvana shutdown definitely went over to Jinx. And Renekton TP was just wasted for nothing. Attempted to save the tower, but that was never going to happen. Yeah, I did not see who was able to pick up that bounty. Probably just check by seeing who has way too much money. It's probably Zach, is my guess. Jinx Rocket coming down, trying to wave clear, does not actually find much of the wave, and this tower is looking a little worse for wear here, but both mid towers are probably going to fall eventually in most games. It's the first one that you really want to target. But Gruer's been getting some damage done on the side lanes, has 2.5 items, almost has that Lord Doms completed. Thank you, Mason, for the Prime sub. Fuger is maybe caught out here. Jarvan should be able to get out over the wall. But actually, Dominus is just pops, and they're not able to find anyone with it. And Gruer might just die to the Zac. And yeah, Stav able to pick one up. And now they're calling Baron. I don't know if this is the greatest idea. Shyvana deals a lot of damage and has ultimate charge, but they're trying to get a lot of vision down, make sure they know it's safe. But Zac is not here, has the TP, could be used. Dad is spotted out here, is able to get a knock onto Tusini, but not onto Hong, who's you really wanted onto. And now Zac is looking to just stop the Jhin, and now he's completely caught out. They weren't even looking for the Baron, they're just trying to kill someone, and then they're in a really good position. Hongbaba able to just get the hyper going, and now Jonah's going to fall, and now they can probably just grab this Baron. They get 2 kills, and that pick from Stav on the side lane really set them up for this. Lots of support from MetaBusters coming out in Twitch chat. People want to see a fun series, and easy to root for the underdogs, I think. And it died on 7, so won't comment on the smite there. Next Mountain Drag is in 2.5 minutes. MetaBusters have been able to secure 2 of them, so they're looking quite tanky. If we do a quick stat check on Zac, he's about 260 armor. Was able to get the Spirit Visage. That's probably all you need to deal with the Shyvana. Tahm Kench isn't really heavily itemizing into armor, but I imagine future purchases will be. But we're seeing a lot of steel caps on this team, which is going to help you out against those champions. Both ADCs looking to go for the Last Whisper, a third, and Renekton had just rushed his armor pen item. So ideally for them, they're not going to struggle too much, but tanks were buffed this season with the itemization changes, so it's going to be hard to really get through all that armor. No, I'm trying to get all this vision down, and Dad has been the one who gets picked in a lot of these fights. Hong is here for the follow-up. Sun able to come out, and Nautilus ult burned outside of the fight. Stun coming down onto Dad, but Shyvana and Lucian are there for backup. They just know that they have to force a reset here from Dad, because Jinx can be so dangerous in these fights if she even gets a single kill. But Shyvana being caught out here, I don't think anyone really kills the Zac, but they're getting so much damage down onto the Andromeda members, and now Jinx is getting a little happy, getting so much damage down, does not have the ult available, but that's a crit, and Shyvana is now dead. Jinx getting so much damage down here, tower's falling to about half, huge demolish proc, gets down even lower. Jinx looking for anything that she can find, and that's going to be another inhib, and that's another boost, and they're not going to try and force the issue. They know that they have the better late game. They're just going to head Mountain Drake, make sure they have a good setup, clear out the vision, and make sure they're in a good position for it. There's always a possibility you can win that fight. You have Jinx, you got turrets, you got the inhib, but also a chance that you just lose the entire game off of it. Hong is backing here. He could have a huge buy. Tusini able to find Gruer, but has no follow-up for that. He is safe. The Tahm Kench is in the area, and they walk back to Dragon, and then I'll take a reset. So their timers are a little bit off. But I think MetaBusters should be in a good position here. Stav just needs to book it. He's way behind on the timer here. It's up in 8 seconds, and half the team is nowhere to be found. It's possible that they're just baiting Dragon for tempo, because they do have the Baron buff still in the inhib, so it should be free regardless, but definitely riskier than it could be. They're spotting out Renekton on the control wards, and that's going to let them know that they're safe. Baron is about to fall off in 2 seconds. Is gone now. Nothing to worry about for them until the next Baron. I think if they're able to secure that, they have the push here, but Andromeda is by no means out of this yet. If they're able to find a pick down onto Jinx, the team has no damage. They have a Tahm Kench to make that a lot harder, but it's definitely pretty doable. And here we do have a numbers disadvantage. We have a 4v2 for Andromeda here on the bot side. Hong looking for some damage on Dad, but doesn't want to engage too much. They have an idea of how many people are down there, but don't have exact vision on anything, so want to be playing it pretty safe. And now Dad might be caught out here. It's a 3 versus 3 right now, and Dad just has to burn the flash and get out of there. Doesn't have X-Flash either, so in a tough spot here. They're looking for this side lane turret, trying to get that extra gold. It's 4-1 splits for both teams. Or just all teleports are available. The only summoner spell in the game that's down is Dad's Flash. All 5 ultimates. The next fight that breaks out is going to be huge, but Fujer almost caught out there. Everything misses him, though. So many abilities just thrown in this direction. Jin's holding back in base, trying to stop those powerful super minions from the mid lane. And they're able to grab that turret. Jinx gets some extra stuff going, looking for as much damage as she can find. Does not have the rapid fire cannon, so that range you're seeing is just her extended Q range, but is building towards it next. Also picked up the Lord Doms, and that's a solo kill for Tusini, able to pick up Arnier, who's been not having a great game. 1 and 4 on that signature pick of his. Seems they found the answer to it. And they're looking for another tower. Talia's able to get the other side lane turret on the top side, and that gives a lot of gold to her pocket. That is just interrupted there. That's a kill for Jinx. Nope, goes over to stop. Doesn't matter, though. And it looks like Meadows is going to be able to pick this one up. Tusini going in way deep, though. He might just die to tower. Tahm Kench Devour is actually used on Brewer, not defensively. Hong might be in trouble because of that. And oh my god, Locket barely able to save Hong's life there from the Jhin ulti, or the Jhin 4th shot. Now the ulti's coming out, getting a lot of damage down. Hong's in so much trouble. If Shyvana's able to breathe on him, he just dies. And they do not have it in them to end the game here, I don't think, unless they're risking it. Honan could just kill anybody, but he's zoned off by the tanks. And that's another kill for Jinx. She falls down to sub 100 HP, able to get a kill, and now she's resetting. Renekton looking for her, and he is not going to knock her down. She falls down to like 10 HP. It doesn't matter, though. That game is going over to Metabusters. They've evened out the series. It's a 1-1, and now we're just seeing a best of 3 with Andromeda in the advantage. I am going to break a little bit to save my throat. Solo casting is a nightmare, but stay tuned. All right, we are back. Looks like the sides are going to stay the same, so I don't expect to see a huge turnover in draft, or really just anything changing too much. I think we will expect to see some adaptations coming out from Andromeda now that they are more aware of this flex that could happen. I'm just going to leave it on the draft page. It should be happening in about 2.5 minutes. The Jinx probably being taken off the table. It was a huge reason of why they won that game. But I don't think anything else is a huge concern. Tom Kench is probably a decent ban, but it's also possible that you just don't go for the Nautilus and maybe just pick something more defensive of your own. But I think Andromeda probably should stick to what's worked for them and not try to go for this more aggressive team comp that they went for. I don't think it worked out too well for them, and I think it's pretty obvious that Metabusters have strategies planned to counter everything that Andromeda went for. So I'd expect to see them go for some champions that we don't see from them as much. We picked 3 of their most played champions in that last game, and we'll probably see something else come out here for the future. Not entirely sure what to expect, though. Anything can still happen, but exciting first game to set off the series for sure. And I'm just really waiting to get into it. But I will be back for draft. All right, we are into draft. Nothing has changed so far. The Echo pickup, pretty straightforward. Twitch ban, again, something that we are very aware of. The thing is with banning Twitch, though, is it's the only real counter to Jinx that's available in the current meta. So I expect to see a Jinx ban also taken away, unless they're just giving it over as a first pick and they think they have something else cooked up to counter it. And yeah, here we go. The Jinx taken off the board. Neela is still available, which is something that we saw taken off last time. Same with that Senna. So one of Neela or Senna is going to get through, and it's just a question of if they're valuable enough that we need to ban it. I think Neela isn't going to fall through. Both of the super high prio ADCs are taken off the board here for Andromeda, probably because they don't play either of them, which could hurt them in this matchup. Tom Kent is actually banned, so Senna is allowed through, but we're just seeing Talia be first picked again. Same bans came out from Metabusters here, I believe. Or actually, I think that Zillion came out a bit earlier, and yeah, Bard came through here, but Bard isn't being picked. Interesting stuff here. Xerath locked in for Honan, presumably. Could go support, could go ADC. It's possible that they want Dad in versus Ong. Really hard to know what's going on here. But Zach is denied. Hello. I'll screen share. OBS doesn't let me screen share anymore, so I just have to share the whole screen. This is cool.
Gotcha.
But Nico is locked in. This is probably going support. We are not seeing the conventional stuff here that we've normally been seeing from these teams. Should be an exciting draft. Don't know if Nico is a counter to the Xerath support, or if they even think that's what it is, but we're seeing Nico Sivir bot lane coming out from Metabusters.
I mean, it could be Nico jungle if you want me to spitball random shit. Her clear is actually not bad and does kind of function as anti-engage into Zac if you want to be quirky with it. I wouldn't put it past Metabusters, but
yeah,
could also be Nico top.
I feel like no one's probably going to stick on a tank, to be honest.
I could see that.
And I feel like I've heard tell of Fujer having a Nico support. But yeah, Andromeda sticking to what's worked for them. Jhin Xerath is a pretty solid combo. Really weak to engage tanks, but I don't see any of those on Metabusters draft so far, and the Jarvan's taken away, kind of covering that. The Zac is still a flex between Jonah and Arnya. I'm sure they can both play it pretty well.
Yeah, they're not really deviating from comfort here. I am surprised that the Jarvan's taken off the table. No, he did a decent job of setting up plays, but I'm not sure if pinching his pool is really worth it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Jarvan did well and is pretty strong right now. I completely forgot that apparently Guru Xerath is like cracked. I know nothing about it. Like, I've never gotten to see it, but apparently, like, the word on the street is that Guru Xerath is insane. So that's actually probably what this is. And the Bard is still being banned away, but there's no positions that aren't locked in for sure. So they're actually just banning away the mains that they didn't cover already. But they're way more scared of the Shyvana than they are of their Renekton, which after last game makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and Noam Sejuani also taken off the table, just like another generic tanky engaged champion that they don't want him on. Fair enough, I suppose.
Although I think that ban is a lot worse with 3 ranged champions locked in already. But
yeah, I can see that.
I guess Nico could turn into the melee champion. Like, I don't know what we're cooking here, but Rel locked in. We still have the flex, guys. Let's the Rel jungle. Who knows? Surely they didn't just kill that a couple matches ago.
Yeah, for no reason, honestly. Justice for jungle Rel, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know.
So I guess it is. It probably the only thing that's left is the jungle flex or who's going jungle pretty much. If they lock in a counter pick for jungle or top lane here.
Yep. Yeah, and this I think would have been a much better ban than the Sejuani. It's a little less tanky, which you know, helps Jhin out a little bit, but I think Noam is just a lot more comfortable on the Vi, from what I've seen. And it has really good lockdown if either Xerath or Jhin get fed because of that unstoppable. Sejuani, you know, you have to actually hit the skill shot, and Vi's point and click. And we're just seeing Orin locked in for Tusini. He kind of doesn't really care what he's playing into.
So, no,
Tusini, Stav, whatever. Whoever's actually playing top. Technically, we don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could take the Zac matchup and try to counterpick the Vi. There's like a couple of decent answers, and looks like they're just going to match scaling.
Slamming Scion.
I sleep. Boring Adra.
I mean, this is what I think Andromeda should have been doing from the start. You have like a more traditional scaling composition, which is what these teams, or what this team has been doing all season that's made them successful. I think deviating it and trying to go into like an aggressive early game composition did end up hurting them last game, because they found the leads, but then when they tried to set up good team fights, they were just losing because their champions were worse.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it, so remember that.
But yeah, I don't know. I think their bans were a lot better here. Not being able to just play like a protect the ADC comp with the Tom Kench removed is pretty good. And obviously taking away Jinx and Twitch is really solid. The downside of that is you can't really target any of their specific one tricks. But I guess you are hitting their one tricks that also happen to be really good meta champions. But you're doing it because they're meta. You're not necessarily doing it because they're one tricks.
Yeah, it might be kind of hard to lock down the Sivir in these fights. They have a lot of long range engage, but I'm not sure because you can kind of block the Zac E, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
with the ulti, you can kind of dodge most of their abilities. I don't know. That'll be interesting. It's gonna be kind of a hard game for Hong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm keeping my eyes out for the Sivir and the Xerath as the main carries, and definitely
Yeah.
looking at the Nico as the X factor. I think anything could really happen. Okay, Honan is playing Xerath, and Gruer is playing Jin, and Fujer is playing. Okay, Fujer's playing Nico. So the question is, where is the Jin going? And unless Andromeda is being slimy, it's Jin mid. So we're picking Jin mid in finals. Okay, awesome. Good stuff, guys. I mean, his track record on it is insane. I don't know. What level of confidence do you have at this pick?
The Jin mid, I think Gruer is kind of just juiced on any champion, so it doesn't really matter. I think it does decent into Talia, no? Like, you kind of outrange her. You can
I mean,
follow her with the
yes,
ulti.
but Xerath and Jin are the same champion.
Yeah, that is true.
And
I
I
don't know.
think
You get
Xerath
more
has
solo going on like
slightly
it.
longer range and has better mana, so it should be easier for him to play mid lane in general, is my thought
Yeah,
process.
that's true. Maybe they if I'm giving them the most amount of brain power, you get your ADC with solo gold and solo lane in a lane that he can't really get punished in. So like you get like a really accelerated Jhin versus a really accelerated Xerath. So maybe one's
But
better than
Jin
the
is
other.
worse because he does less damage to Vi and Ornn. I don't
I
know.
don't know, man.
I don't know. I'm a doubter here. I think
Yeah.
the Jin mid is awesome when he put it out in regular season and completely smack people up with it. I have less confidence in it in this scenario, personally.
I
But
see that.
I don't know. I'm probably just a hater for this one.
Maybe.
And we are hitting spectator delay. I'm trying to get info on these champions pulled up as soon as possible, but due to flexes, it is difficult to get all this done. Okay. Okay. None of these overall records particularly stand out to me, except the Jin that we already know about. But Sion is actually performing really well historically. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Ornn versus Sion is dead even, and Sion's KDA is worse because people play inting Sion. Don't read into it. Call it good.
True.
Vi,
We
I
have
guess,
data on the Talia matchup. That's hilarious.
completely cooks Zach. I guess is this the Jin mid like matchup? Is this where he picks it?
I think so.
Maybe they're like
Maybe.
baiting him into picking Jin mid by picking like the known matchup. I don't know.
Maybe they're onto something.
Yeah,
Can say.
they could be cooking. I could be wrong here, but
Wait, what
yes,
games was the Vi mid or Vi played into Zach? Because I feel like this matchup is like okay for Zach.
it's not as bad as you think. Okay,
Well,
Gruer
no,
played.
because you can cancel the Q with Zach E or the Zach E with the Vi Q, so it's like not great, but it's like I feel like Zach is just a better champion in scrims. So
Gotcha. I mean, it's also possible it's played on different batches, but
That is true.
I will see if I can find that. I don't think I'm going to be able to scroll through Vi or Zach games very easily. But
I'll take a look. I'll take a look.
that Sivir Zareth game is almost definitely the one where Cam stole Zach's Penta on Sivir mid, though. Just saying.
Yeah,
I'd have to
probably.
verify that one, but it's entirely possible. But Gruer did play Jin into Talia Stanley. Was the only time that we've seen that matchup before. Did I say Talia Stanley? Stanley's Talia. Sorry, pause. But I think Tusini a bit more comfortable on the pick. I do not see Stanley slamming down first pick Talia as often. Also, I think they did change spectate delay to what they said they were going to. They just didn't update the timer on the client. So it says you need to wait 30 seconds and then it just loads you in anyway, which is kind of like cringe and stupid. Not to hate on Riot, but to hate on Riot.
You should hate on Riot.
Well,
No.
I changed my answer.
True.
Trying to find this Sivir. No, I was incorrect. It's just Sivir Zareth bot lane. Cam played into a Nico. There was a Mundo jungle in that game to date it, so take that as you will.
Wow.
And pause immediately. Badass, guys.
Sick. Epic.
Someone was hoping it was Hong DoorDash. I agree. Please sponsor us, delivery services. We will shill for you so much. And
that
we'll
is true.
That everyone orders for you. But apparently stopped peeing, and it only took him 12 seconds. So actually, we'll see. Not gonna say anything. I think this is just normal pause issues. Or spectate broke 14 seconds into a game. Oh no, we're good. Thank goodness. Okay. I was about to lose my shit, bro. I'm gonna be real. Okay. I think we're in a good spot here. Okay. And Hong has 2,000 ping.
My goat.
He is in Chicago, by the way. He should not have high ping.
That's awesome, honestly.
I think he opened his window. He's letting all the Wi-Fi out.
True.
This is the fake Hong. You can tell because it's glowing. But they say the same name, which is not exactly helpful for spectating. But again, we're boring early game. And we're pausing again.
If you want to know something funny, I think Vi has a positive win rate into Udyr in the server. And beat Jonah on the Vi, or the Vi Zax matchup like 10 billion years ago.
Gotcha.
I think that's the only one I can find. Yeah, it looks like it.
Well,
NGL.
There's two of them, so good luck finding the other one.
Oh, the second one was Jonah versus Sam S, and Jonah fucking smacked the shit out of him. That was funny. Way back on Silicats. Anyways. But yeah, that's really funny.
Okay. Well, we just get to be paused, so I don't know.
We can talk about other shit. Did you see Psycho Carrot drop to plat 1?
Awesome. Psycho Carrot and I are the same rank.
Huge, honestly. My good support to be.
He's not a villager anymore.
On God. Got banished from the village, I guess. Unlucky. True. Did you see that the Skarner buffs went through?
I did, but it's irrelevant to Scrim Zone, so it clearly doesn't matter.
So true.
They
immediately hotfix nerfed him. So. Wait, do you think Skarner would have seen play in the series if it was available? I think the champion's like kind of strong, but I don't know if it's like pick ban worthy TM.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
1 second. Oh, I have like this popping sound in my earbuds. I'll be right back.
It's actually me. I'm like trying to ruin his brain. It's a conspiracy. I don't really know what they're trying to do to fix the Wi-Fi. Joey's input on Skyrim said it's bad, so take that as you will. But anyway, yeah, if you are a delivery service and would like to sponsor, I will shill endlessly. I know that it is never going to happen, but if you did, I would be the happiest person of all time, I think. Yeah, can we talk about how here, I'll hide it so you guys can see it, but why the Rift Herald and Grub Spawn, like, timers are just, like, on top of each other? I think it's kind of stupid. I don't know.
They're hanging out.
Yeah. But, like, honestly, like, if you just, like, removed one of their spawn timers, like, permanently, like, that would be fine.
Wait, do you actually have to have the disclaimer that we're not actually sponsored by DoorDash?
I don't know. I looked it up, and, like, I didn't get a clear answer, but they were like, as long as it's obvious that you're not, and I wasn't sure if it was obvious, so.
Valid.
You know, have to go for it. They, like, I guess should be ready at some point. Hong said, I'm ready, and then they said, when are you going to be ready?
Lamau.
And then now Honen's peeing. Awesome. Anyone who wants to send icing, the icing gif, or the emotes and season discussion is so real for that. I will do it first, but awesome.
Who's icing who though?
Andromeda is icing Metabusters, I think, because Hong like actually has a big issue. I don't even know what they're saying in chat right now. Okay.
Minions has spawned.
I'm glad we got the Dr. Dud master emote. Truly picking one up for me.
True. Alright, well. Oh, okay. So now we get to deal with the normal pause issues, which are giving me like minor heart attacks because I'm worried about.
Spectator bug.
Yes, and Noam is using a series that lasted 2 days as a reference for how long a series can take, so I think that's a little inaccurate. But, okay.
I mean, my gut would never give us false information, right?
I mean, he's not lying. Like, there isn't a limit on it, like, if they're required pauses. I just think we could stand to not pee during games, just as a thought. But, I don't know. In my opinion, whichever team makes the pause last the longest is the team at fault. So even though Hong was the first 5 minutes of the pause, if they're really complaining, why would they let Honan be at the end? Think about it.
True.
There's no explanation. Well, I said no -1s in chat, but Stom just missed 3 CS, so we can throw some -3s in chat. Like,
oh,
Jesus.
God. I think the main thing we need to watch is going to be the Hong CS number. I think seeing how much farming he can accrue on the silver champion will be pretty important to how well his team does. Also, kind of important to watch whether or not the Talia can get Astro punished or not. So
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. I'm way more worried about mid lane. I think even if Hong falls behind in CS, he's going to pick it up throughout the game. But the Nico is also going to be interesting. It's going to be effective to know, or interesting to know how effective the little tricks are from it. But actually, Jin getting caught out with the Talia flick. Not how you want to see that matchup start with this fabled counter pick.
It's crazy that you can emulate GameCube games on your phone.
Well, couldn't you always do it on Android and now you can just do it on Apple? Like,
I guess. These plebeian Apple users, man. I'm also emulating Wii games right now.
I mean, the argument for Apple's policies is that they only allow apps that are like not security threats, which for emulators I actually support. Like, that makes sense. I'll give them that one. But
That sounds like cowardice to me, bro. But fair enough.
yeah, I mean, I would say the average Apple user, myself included, is like tech illiterate enough that they just download every virus they saw. So there's like a good reason for it, TM.
True.
But, yeah, I mean, Honan is just getting completely zoned off CS. He is struggling. I don't think that would be happening for Jin in the bot lane or Xerath in the mid lane. So that's something to my argument here. But
You think so? I can do that.
yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you can't underestimate how much the importance of the minions being in a straight line is for Xerath. Especially when
Sure,
Sivir
I
shoves
also-
you under tower, they're curved. They're curved minions. It's hard for a speed to hit along.
Yeah. I also you could just say Honan is worse than CSing than Hong. Also a true statement, yeah. Like,
Well, but if you look at Tusini, Gruer, and Hong, they're all at 33. And he was keeping up with Hong last game, so I don't know. I simply don't think Xerath APC is the move, especially when you could have just put Gruer on Xerath, which is apparently like he's a goated player on it. I don't know. Or people just make up lies about Gruer to make him look better so he gets votes and awards. Thoughts? Is it all
That's
scam?
the me
Is it all
effect,
propaganda?
that's me though.
This is true.
That's my job, is to scam MVPs from other people, so.
When is the last time you've gotten season MVP, Mason?
This season, no? Or all team. That's all team, right? Same thing. I pay attention to
Fuger getting a lot of damage down there onto Dad. Does burn the Ignite a little preemptively though. Not going to find anything. And Arnie is falling down super low despite hitting 6 first. Brewer also 6 though. So, level advantages over. I don't think there were ganks to those lanes though from Vi, unless I completely missed them because we were talking about phones. But possible.
Looks like both junglers opting to do 6 clears, yawn, resin sleeper, snooze fest, but not much really you can do in this matchup. Yeah, like, Max kind of outscales Vi, but it's a lot easier to play Vi in fights. So.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Metabusters is absolutely clapping and dropping in the bot lane, but the gank is now being set up from Zac here, and there's no aggressive warning to really spot it out. But
Yeah.
you do have this one, but it's Zac, so that actually doesn't matter. And they could be in pretty big trouble here, except for the fact that Honan almost just died there. That's positioned slightly differently, but here comes the engage from the Rel, and Honan can't walk him at all or he's just going to die. Fuger has to flash there, and he's going to survive. Grubs are being taken by Vi here. They're just fine. That's a flash and ghost burn in exchange for an ignite.
Yeah, I think you're pretty chillin'
Yeah.
from Sion Meta Busters. You get like a little bit of lane pressure. You can take the grubs away from Sion as well, who is a super good abuser of it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you're effectively just trading a flash for Grubs there. This dragon could be interesting. That is the third smite I've seen this series that's left something at sub 10 HP. There's a reason that we don't have salaries.
We should.
No. Joel is the only salaried player, and it's in Krispy Kreme donuts. And it's like a one-time fee. It is not recurring. Sorry, Joel. Technically, it was a birthday present, not a bribe. If you really think about it. Arnie getting absolutely traded on here. I really favor Ornn in this matchup, but the Scion is like considered like a way to kind of neutralize it. Red buff is just resetting on Jonah here, but it is getting picked up. The ult comes through. Brewer's here. Brewer's not really going to do anything. and the passive comes out, and Brewer just needs to run away. They're going to be able to pick up this Zac really easily, but Rel's here on the rotate. Could be pretty bad, but they're looking to maybe set up a dive, but First Blood going over to Tusini is a much better start than First Blood going over to Stop. Or I think it went over to no one last series, but getting that goal into the mid lane I think is a lot more helpful for Meta Busters, just because they're really looking to punish Brewer in every single game, and that helps them do it better.
I think
second plate here, though?
Oh my gosh, they're getting so much on this bot lane. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's almost as if Xerath APC is like not one of the mages that's really good bot lane.
Your Honor, I think this could be a factual statement.
Yeah, I mean, as I did talk about on the podcast earlier today, the one series that Metabusters was able to get off the Andromeda was purely off of like snowballing like tilt factor off of Hong. So we could see another one of those come through here. Would be interesting. This is definitely not a untilted draft coming out from Andromeda. Last game they had to play into 3 tanks, so they draft 3 tanks of their own. They don't pick Renekton purely because they lost on Renekton, even though they took away the matchup they lost. But Fujer's in big trouble here, doesn't have the flash available anymore, is going to ult, which could set up Hong really well, but now the Xerath ulti's coming through. Dad's falling down super low. Sivir is going to be able to pick that one up, flashes forward. Onin now falling down super low. Hong is in a really bad spot here, though. It gets his spell shield out, but it comes out just too late, and I believe Jonah's going to be able to pick that one up. Double kill coming out from Zac. But Metabusters retains about 1,000 gold lead through this play.
Yeah.
And enough people are dead that they can't pick up the dragon here.
If I wasn't here for this fight, I've heard some conversations about how Conqueror is kind of bait on this character, and you can kind of go for your APTA, like get the instant damage off, get the damage amp. It's way better for your champion because you prefer short trades.
Tusini just has to flash there. He was in big trouble, but he's able to get the flick, and Jonah just barely doesn't go to tower range. That maybe he could have gotten 2 tower shots, but Rel is like in way too deep. Gets spotted out by a lot of people. Doesn't have flash available, and back comes the ult, interrupts the dash, and Dad's just gonna die here. I don't see a world in which you get out. That should be a free dragon.
Another kill over to Tusini, huge for them.
Yep. Unfortunately, Tusini is flashless, so that bounty might be easy to claim, but if he can play safe for 5 minutes, he's in a good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Hong is just absolutely rinsing Onin here in this matchup. Like, obviously he's down to death, but it kind of doesn't matter because that is his 3rd turret plate, and he's up like almost double CS. It's ridiculous.
My goat is not washed. My goat is not washed. Oh my god, he's back. Timothy.
Jin does have a slight CS lead, but it's definitely not having the impact that he was able to have on the Lucian the other game. Guru really just wants to be playing ADC in these games, and they're forcing him to play the ADC's mid, I guess. Has played Lucian, has played Jin. Are we seeing Tristana next game? Could be possible. Tusini not hitting the flick there, but just his Q damage is insane. Guru is trying to get out of range so he can maybe pop the ulti, or at least not get traded on. And Zac is coming down, he's taking the Gromp, and Metabusters once again, full control over the Void objectives this game. They already got the 4 Grubs threshold, and I think this is an easy 6, but Rel's looking for a flank on the mid lane. And when I said he needed to play super safe for 5 minutes, he's kind of done the opposite. I don't see a world in which he doesn't die here. You just have to kind of greed for a kill on Brewer, which almost happens, but Dad is just going to block it. Ignite going through, and that's a kill over to Brewer. Oh, Fujer looking to get a trade, but Rel is actually just tanky enough that the Nico doesn't matter. Next Dragon's up in about 3 minutes. I expect both teams to probably play pretty slow. I don't necessarily favor any particular team in scaling this game.
Yeah, it's more of an execution thing. I think it's like if you get poked out on your engage by Andromeda, I think it's more Andromeda favored, but like they can also just click all their buttons on you the minute they show up on your screen and you kind of fucking die, no?
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like a lot of these champions have tools to like increase their movement speed or dash or make it really hard for Xerath to hit things, except Ornn. Actually, Ornn still has dashes, but you're not going to kill Ornn here. Noam actually pulls up to try and make this fight happen. Stav needs to get out. Barely doesn't die to tower there. That's really impressive.
Good dive from the side of Meta Busters.
Yeah, Noam has been playing this series really well. Struggled a little bit on the drive-in, but was able to pull it back really easily. Just a few misplays. Hongs here has ultimate, but definitely does not need to use it. We'll not talk about the CSing there. That was a little rough. Yeah, Tusini's staying very close in CS. He's only down a wave. And that's a Nico ult, able to hit both, and Hong is just going to be able to clean up here. Future actually getting one of the kills, but there's no way Dad gets out of here. And Metabusters bot lane showing that they know what's up. Dad, 0-3. Was pretty mad about his second team support placement, but this is the series where you gotta prove it.
Yeah, and he's kind of getting gapped by Future, if I must say, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, this one he had the counter matchup. First series, obviously, the Tom Kench Nautilus is going to be tough, but Zach looking to go over the wall here on Tusini, but Tusini's able to just walk around it. Future's here, able to stun him up, and Zach ulti is going to do nothing. Jin does have Curtain Call available, and his Ruff's chasing into Zach, but Zach's just going to leave. Oh, Vi going in. We're going a little risky here. Magnet Storm comes down, but Gru is so low on the backside of this fight. Curtain Call opens up, and Tusini's in trouble, but they're just going to be able to body block him out. Dad flashes in, gets the sun. The Ignite ticks is not going to kill him. Wow! Oh, here comes their ulti. Tusini, fancy footwork, but not able to survive it.
A little bit of a greed for the wave, and does cost him his life there.
Yep. Hong is just going to try to kite this out, has the shield to keep himself alive.
They'd offer the static shiv rush. I think this is meta, because you want to try to like amp your wave clear by like 1 billion, and you get the shiv and the W procs on the waves. Like your the waves just don't exist to you anymore.
I've seen both arguments for Sivir, because it's almost like you don't need it, and Kraken's just a better item, but Hong is one of the few people where I'm just not going to question his item choices, because he tends to stay pretty updated on stuff. Him and Blake, but only because if I question Blake, I'm going to get an earful of it.
True, you're going to have the fucking secret agents knocking down your door if you question Blake.
I will have the entire Gospel of LS read to me.
True. Like
on a letter stamped to like a bomb or something, like, I don't know. Arnie actually has a really good ult there. He keeps him in tower range, but the fight down here is the one that we want to look out for. And Zach passive is popped immediately. No ultis available for Jin or Xerath, which are kind of the big tools here, and Metabusters is going to be able to secure their second dragon pretty easily here. Onin is actually just caught. It's going to be really tough for him to get out here. Any movement ability from Hong coming out, and he's tough in a tough spot. And there's the ult, and goodbye, Onin.
Really good ulti from the side of Tusini, cutting off the Zac from escape.
And Noam is not able to get out there. Gru is able to pick that one up. Noam did force out his flash, which could be impactful, but so far the Jin mid's looking pretty good. Much to disagree with me, I guess. Hong is in a tough spot here, but does have the blast gun available. Does not know that Zach's here, and now he's in a tough spot. Does have Ghost and Flash available to him, and Future's in the area, has ultimate. And I was
a little bit of a suspect spell shield. Does manage to get out.
Yeah,
with
Flash Ghost is going to get him out.
Flash Ghost, yeah.
That's not what you want to expend there, though. Your team just gets Summoner spell advantage, and they didn't actually secure the dragon here. They greeted a little bit. But Future does have ultimate available, that your ADC isn't here, so it's a little tough to fully convince anything.
Yeah.
Xerath is back with
ultimate. Though. If they can stall this out, this is a really good fight for the side of Metabusters. Your ADC is so fucking strong. Looks like they don't.
Blue Pings are down on Herald, though. It'll be interesting.
I personally would have taken. I would take the fight here if I'm.
Yeah, they have no ults though. It's just Nico ulti. They looked for a steal.
Like no one went for it.
Yeah. Dad taking a decent chunk of damage. You know, he's allegedly on the tank. Oh my god, huge flick.
Oh my god.
And that is just gonna die there. Hong taking a lot of damage from Honan. Fujer falling down, but that's a double kill going over to the Sivir.
Grab the
Zac going over the wall is going to die if he does that. Good cancel there. Fujer's in trouble, but the Xerath ulti was already burned, and now Honan's knocked up, and he's going to die too. Fujer's super low. Curtain call coming up now, and Fujer's a little too close, but they should be able to just walk him out. Yeah, and Gru's just not going to go for it. It's too risky with Vi ulti available.
Yeah, super well played from the side of MetaBusters, just playing super patient. Good flick from
Tusini could be in trouble here though. Gets so much damage down onto Gruer. Oh, and he's just dead.
Oh, good
That's a
again.
solo kill. Nice counter pick, bro, is what he would type in chat if you were allowed to do that. And now Hog is in big trouble, but he's just able to spell shield it. And now Dad's taking some damage. Tusini and Fujer are both here. Huge flick. Dad's falling down super low, but Scion's here to join the fight. Hog is just kiting out super well, but now he's dying. That's 1,000 gold going over to Zac, which is pretty bad news for MetaBusters. But Arnie's going to die again. And Honan's here, can get a lot of damage done, but it's just immediately going to get pounced on by the Vi. Gets taken down to half. Tuna's looking for something. And there we go. Talia comes in, but takes a tower shot and might just die to Zac, but Zac does not have his E available to him. And MetaBusters is looking in a very good spot here. They're up like 8,000 gold.
Yeah, it turns out Brewer cannot 1v9 every single one of your games, unfortunately, to be honest. But super well played from the side of MetaBusters. We're seeing a lot of like the strengths that this team can have. I think the flex into Stav topside is really paying dividends for them. Yeah. You see him really able to neutralize Arnie in lane and just play the better tanky game here with the long range Ornn engages, and having Hong as your AD carry to peel for is something is just so good for your teams. Like, he is arguably one of the best AD carries in our server when you give him peel. So I really like him when he sits up in his gamer chair and locks the fuck in a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the bigger adjustment isn't necessarily that they put in Stav. Like, you're getting the Twitch ban from that, but no one being in the jungle and having like a double supportive topside, because Joey's been really good on carries, but that was not working for them against Andromeda. So I think just swapping up the playstyle and playing like a dual carry, and I think it just makes Tusini and Hangbaba so much more comfortable, because Noam is not going to make flashy plays for himself, which honestly worked out really well for Joey, but I think was hurting them versus this team. But now Stav is caught out a little bit, but he should just be fine. They don't want to spend time chasing that down. Yeah, I think this is just one of those like sword and shield type things where I think there's a specific better player into this team, and I think having the mindset to figure that out and make the swap is pretty solid.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Not meant as a diss on Stav, but most of his kills have been set up for by his team. So I don't think it's necessarily like a player gap in the top lane. I think Korn could be doing the same things, but he wouldn't be drawing the same bans out, and they'd have to draft differently, which I think is an advantage there. Talia's dead, right? Like, do you though?
There, aren't you?
I hope the Rift Herald was worth it.
They got the charge.
They might get mid lane, but now they're getting collapsed on by the whole team. I don't know. This new Rift Herald is so shit.
It really is. God's fake is effective.
But now they're collapsing on this Scion. They have everyone here, and Ornn is just going to take up tower for days, but this is also a little bait. They're going into the entire team, and now Jonah's here, and yeah, this is a little greedy. Hong's going to be caught out, and he's just dead too. They're giving it over to Dad, which is probably the worst option, but that was a bit of a throw from MetaBusters here. Noam has to flash out, and Tuna just dashes in, trying to sacrifice his life to save Noam, which matters because both objectives are up right now, and you are trying to dive an Ornn or a Scion. Not a complete throw. They still have a 6,000 gold lead, but Baron's probably going over here, and they just saw Noam.
No, but it's gonna try for it though. I think it is the best play.
Yeah, Nico's gonna be here, and Tusini actually has a lot of damage in his pocket, but he walks up way too close here, and he just gets jumped on by the Zac. I don't know. Metabus is just not cutting their losses here. Future, if he gets an ulti off, he could be big, but he doesn't have his ulti up for another 30 seconds. They have no clue where Noam is, though. They're not hitting this guy. They do stop the Baron and no one dies by some small miracle. Or a huge miracle? I don't know. Whichever. One of the two. But now they're looking for the dragon instead. Noam needs to heal up in a big way before they can test this. But Nico ultimate still not available. But they're able to find Dad here, and he just gets completely caught, except he's able to get over the wall with a shield. Dragon now falling down low. They have a ward on this. Oh, Tusini died. Thank you. They did lose somebody. His respawn timer was so low, I thought he died previously. And Noam is just easily going to be able to steal that one. Jonah missing the smite there, unfortunately for him. And now Stav is just completely fine. Somehow that works out for Metabusters.
Huge play for them.
And they might just be able to get this. It's not that risky because Honen's ultimate is not available. Noam is going to fall down really low here. You want to make sure that the Vi stays healthy out of everyone. Someone isn't in this fight. I can't tell who. Am I like dumb?
Oh, the Nico. The Nico.
Oh, who is? What's the Nico disguise? The Nico's the minion.
Looks like they are.
Hits the ulti on one, and Noam is just going to die, and that means that it should be going. Oh my God, Orin gets it. What the hell is happening? And now Arnie and Dad are both going to die in the pit, and they just need to get out. But Tusini just gets caught out by Zac. And now Arnie's going to get the proc with the Heartsteel, but Tusini stays alive and now is end up dying. But Hong is maybe trying to get this, and the passive is popped. Stav is trying to get something down here, and Hong's just going to be able to kill the Zac. And this side of the fight just completely fizzles. But no, Honen's ultimate is available, but they have no idea where anyone is, so it's just not worth it. He considered it there, but wow.
3 for 2. Baron goes over to Metabusters. I think you take that as if I'm Metabusters.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently this control word was in pit the whole time. I think they just didn't care and didn't want to waste time DPSing on it. I don't understand why we let Noam take every single Jhin shot, but it worked, so you can't complain. In the words of my goat Ann the other day, you either play the game with 100% accuracy or 0% accuracy, because you either win or lose. If the enemy team doesn't punish you, then it doesn't matter.
Facts. No, this is facts. This is facts.
This may have been about chess, but it's the same principle.
Sure.
They're trying to go for this red buff, but Jonah, you're dead. You don't have passive here. You just went into the entire team. That's a throw. That is actually a pretty big throw, because now you have Baron waves crashing down mid without a major tool of your engage. Sion's on the side lane trying to get this taken up, and Tusini can just easily contest him because he has so many tools to get back to his team here.
Yeah, but the passive move speed next to wall is the Weaver's wall as well. Like,
yeah,
you're kind of
teleport.
Yeah.
There's a red buff in your base, guys. Oh my God! Wait, Arnie just punted him.
That's funny.
The interaction makes sense, but I've never considered it before. But they're just going to grab the inhib and leave, which I think is a smart play. If you can get this bot lane turret, you're in pretty good shape too. Orin could probably just tank it for you. They're baiting a little bit here. Jonah's back alive. If your whole team's here, it's a really good fight for you, but as soon as Metabusters split up, they're in really bad spot when they're on this retreat. But they're just going to wait for Baron to push this wave in. Stav has like 6,000 health. Like, I don't know. He is winning the tank war on the top side of the map for sure. Sion, the more health-dependent tank, is only at 4K. Huge engagement Dad there, but Hong's able to just flash and pops the ghost and the ultimate. He has so much move speed, it's going to be really hard for him to get hit by anything. Huge engagement by Future, but there's no follow-up there. Tusini's been dead, and Hong's looking for anything, but he's just going to have to retreat. They're overcommitting just a little bit, weren't able to back on their gold. And Ghost from Honen comes out. I don't know what that does for you, but gold lead is at about 8,500 here. Hong almost just able to grab that kill. Has the orange to protect him, but Noam just cuts and runs. He's like, I'm not trying to deal with this shit anymore. Reset is going to be available for Metabusters to contest this second Ocean Drag for themselves, though.
Definitely dragging this game out a little bit, in my opinion. A little bit of sloppy overforcing from Metabusters is causing this game to go a little longer than they probably wanted to.
Noam might go to wait for both of them to respawn before taking the red buff.
That could never be me, by the way. No, come on, man. Just take it.
I will steal it from you while you're dead so that you don't get it. Maybe this is why we're out?
True. Potentially.
Yeah, the Zac passive is not back up yet, so if we see Jonah overcommit early again, it could be a little risky. Baron buff is gone, but both teams kind of want to be playing towards the bot side of the map, I think, unless they're trying to have Noam sneak it, which might be a little bit interesting, but right now we have the two carries of Metabusters fighting over a Scuttle Crab. But, I mean, I say that like it's a bad thing, but it really doesn't matter what they're doing at this point in the game. This 8.5k gold lead is still maintained, and these two can just easily grab this dragon. Metabusters in a really dominating position. They just need to not throw. But Dad's engage in that previous fight looked really good. If he's able to keep finding stuff like that, they could be in a really rough spot.
Yeah, but getting to Soul Point with the Ocean Dragon is a really good thing for the side of Metabusters. You just have more sustain into the
This is a 5-man collapse we had here for Orin, but we already saw how 5-man collapsing on a tank in the top side does, and it was bad. Not to be repeated. Talia is completely out of this. They're shoving out 2 people. 3, actually. It's so hard to keep track of Fujer on the map because he's never a champion.
True.
Arne's got himself up to 5k health. Still 1,000 behind Orin. And we all know that who actually wins the game is whichever tank has more health at the end of the game.
Facts, honestly. Looks like they're just gonna try to set up for Baron, shove out 3 waves.
Yep.
Play the game normally, TM. How much really you can
Playing
do
it slow is pretty smart. We do have the upgraded Leandres. We have nothing upgraded for Hong because he doesn't have an item that can be upgraded.
Yeah,
Protobelt is here.
I forgot about that.
Same with Vi, I believe. I don't think either of those can be upgraded. Black Cleaver used to be able to, but not anymore.
I thought Thunder's quite good, right?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Tuna has an upgrade for someone, so we'll see once they get close by. Noam is pathing towards him, so I feel like maybe, but it's also just good positioning.
Can you not upgrade the Lori?
I mean, who knows? He's not building it, so I feel like no. There we go. That's something. Oh, Black Cleaver. Oh, you can't upgrade Black Cleaver. Okay, whatever. R8 takes half his health for completely free. But Noam's rooted. Doesn't matter. Dad has a flank here, which is what we really want to watch for. They know, though.
So this might go from flank to a pick?
Oh, but let's
see how they collapse here.
He's out. I don't know. I think you can just start Baron. As long as you keep Noam safe this time around, but Noam doesn't seem confident about it. Rel's recalling, they don't know this, but they're just going for it. Zac's on a ward though, and they know he's taking the red buff. Fujer is exploring with a clone, but Dad's back on the flank, and this should just be free. The Ornal comes down.
Oh, good.
What the hell, man? The spike came down at the same time as Zeren ulti and a fucking Sivir Q, and that's a bouncy house there. Noam is going to fall, but they should get one on the back of this. Stav is falling down super low as well. Zac passes down. Dad is going to fall. Just went in way too aggressively. Arnie's down.
Sivir is still up.
Yeah, they're just shredding through them. Hong is running towards the 2 squishy members, trying to find something, and Talia going to get so much done with this wall. Almost gets stunned off of it. That could have been a really huge stun. Chusini's looking for something, doesn't get it, and it's just going to get snared up by Gruer. It's just going to... Oh no, it's so much damage though. Gruer can't push into that. Has the force shot available to him, and Hong's just looking to run this down. Has flash barrier, so huge flick, but gets him into range. He gets the damage out, but isn't able to find the kill on Chusini, and this is probably just the game. Respawn timers are about 13. Opponent's the only one to watch out for, but Hong's here.
Fujer just needs his own.
4 seconds on Dad. TP coming down to Chusini, and that should just be game.
Can't reach away. Oh my god.
Dad flashes on the Hong, gets the stun, but Chusini's just gonna end the game. Next respawn is 3 seconds and 4 seconds on the top laners. Chusini has enough time, just keep autoing. He's autoing, he just autoed a minion. He autoed a minion. They hit it. Hong auto once, and there he gets a double kill. Oh my god. Metabusters a strong surge from them, and that's a 2-1 advantage in this series. They're at match point, and they could be the Season 7 champions if they're able to win one more game.
Oh, it's best of 5, right? I forgot.
Yes.
I might have to tap out after this game.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Unfortunate.
True. My goat hog not washed. He's awake. Chat, wake up. He's alive.
That was a crazy fucking game. I don't know. I'm just a little shocked.
So what's the read on the last season? Also, this is the second time Jonah gets to finals and chokes. Thoughts?
That's a take for the podcast, Mason.
Sure. Are we gonna do an off-season podcast or not?
Yeah. If you watch the podcast, you would know that.
I was asleep.
Too bad. I've also mentioned it on other episodes of the podcast. You're simply a hater. But yeah, I mean, they had the Talia outdamage every single member of their team. I somehow think the Jhin mid Xerath did not work out. Maybe we stopped picking Jhin. I think this team has figured out how to deal with the Jhin. I don't know. It seems like we need some draft adaptations coming out from Andromeda, and they kind of stuck to their guns there. It's a very similar strategy to what we saw in the first game. They made that scaling change, but they're still picking champions that kind of stick to that same identity, and it feels like MetaBusters just has their number. But, I mean, at this point, this late in the season, if you haven't really practiced anything else, there's not much else you can do. And I think just mentally it's going to be really hard to come back from this 2-game streak, because literally we don't have any other formats where you can lose 2 games in a row and still be in the running for anything. So I don't know. Hard situation to come back from. I guess we do Frostbite. Frostbite is the one situation, but typically when teams are 0-2, they also play another team that's 0-2, so that kind of cancels out, you know. Bad analogy. But updated bracket is here. MetaBusters 2-1 advantage. They've now swapped sides, which is interesting. The Talia first pick has been coming out every game. I don't know if this is an adaptation from MetaBusters to ban it, or if this is them just hoping that Andromeda isn't going to pick it, or if they have a counter prepared for it. I think there's a lot that MetaBusters can do here, but they could also just, like, you know, if they lose the game, they still have another chance to just go back to blue and keep the same strategy. But that's always risky because momentum in League is such a huge factor. It's one of the most mental games that's out there, in my opinion, just because of how snowbally it is, or game genres. I think Dota's worse because of how long the games are. But I don't know. Could be interesting. What do you think the draft's gonna look like? Do you have a hard read predict?
I don't know, honestly. I think you're kind of right. I think MetaBusters has Andromeda's number, and we kind of saw it in the regular season, right? This is like the team that had their number the most, and kind of.
Well, it
I think
was
also,
MVP, but MVP never got to play him in playoffs. So
true, they did manage to dodge MVP. So, yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. I don't think the Jhin pick is that bad for them when Honen's on it. I just think, what did they do in the first game? They had Lucian.
They gave him
right?
Jinx, and they did put Lucian mid.
Yeah. Okay. I know Gruer has been like jerking off 80 carries mid, but like, bro, you can play mages, you can play assassins, like do literally anything other than playing these dog shit 80 carries mid. Like, ADC is not a good role. These champions are not that fucking good, man. Just like, pick a mage. Your mages are all cracked. Like, why are we sitting here pretending like your mages aren't super good, bro? Be honest.
This is true. Mages have been really good this season, and he just hasn't been picking them.
He's been playing fucking Jhin, like fucking
the
Lucian.
opposite
What's
of
wrong
what we need. Yeah, so that is pretty funny. They are getting way extra time for draft here, but
Jonah was on the Zac, right? I think Jonah on like a more aggressive early game jungler, maybe Rek'Sai. I know Rek'Sai jungle is kind of dog shit right now, but
something similar to it. With the Xin pick, is that something valuable?
I think Zen with like a mage like Oriana could be super good for them. You could try something like uh,
Do
uh,
like thoughts on like hot subbing Apari? Like that could be
he could.
interesting. I
I
feel
don't know
like
if
his
Apari's
champion
true
pool is
though.
so much more suited to what they need in this game because I think their
Yeah.
strategy in the first game was fine, except you had an early game team composition with the Shyvana, right? But if you have something that like what are the champions that Apari plays more, and he tends to play a more aggressive play style, I think it could be interesting. But I just know in my shoes, or if I was in Apari's shoes, I would hate being on the bench for this game, personally.
Yeah, it is a pretty rough spot to be in.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know. We will see though. They haven't run them all playoffs, so I wonder if this was like a team discussion beforehand. I don't really want to think too much into their comms, but I don't know. Whatever MetaBusters cooked up with the roster, they are eating with it. Shout out
yeah, I
Noam
think
last game for doing less damage than anyone else in the game, including the Rel. Really funny, but kind of goes into what I was saying. He definitely knows how to play for the team, and kind of sack everything, which seems to be the trick into Andromeda here. I'm gonna go get more water to save my throat, and we have like 3 minutes until draft starts somehow. So uh, I will be back in a bit. Let me find a 3 minute song to play.
I can just talk for 3 minutes.
That's
Thoughts?
true. That's true. Don't say anything out
I
of
don't know.
pocket.
What do you mean, bro? I would never. Huh? What's fucked up, really? Also, just find a song, to be honest. I don't know if I can actually yap for 3 minutes. I don't know if he's here or not. Oh well. But yeah, super fun series so far. Unfortunate that I did miss the podcast, but sleep diff OP. What can I say? Bro's gotta sleep. Tired off. Yeah, should be a fun game three. I'm curious to see what exactly MetaBusters has planned for their draft game three. Uh, truly an exciting series. Yeah. But also, I've been playing Pokemon Coliseum on my phone because I've got the Dolphin emulator on my phone now. It's kind of juiced. I also got Pokemon Gale of Darkness, so I'm gonna try to be playing Super Paper Mario on my phone. Kind of a heat game, team. If you're looking for any retro game recommendations, there's like a subreddit for ROMs and shit. If anyone wants recommendations for that, hit me up. DM. Yeah. All right, Dean Jones said he had to pee, so I guess I'm talking about draft. If it takes too long, so MetaBusters has locked in already, so no, I'll test something real quick. All right, looks like draft has begun. Timer is ticking. No one has selected anything though, but looks like the Jinx ban from the side of Andromeda on blue side makes a lot of sense. Hong has been ripping ass on this character, so looks like a Echo ban integer, pretty standard stuff. Not really a whole lot surprising so far, at least. Wonder what the next ban is gonna be. Could be a lot of things, honestly. Draft is still pretty open. They might try to pinch out supportive champions like Zac. Zac makes a lot of sense versus Meta Busters. Could be like a double lane flex. Talia banned out from the side of Andromeda just to try to keep your off these long range mages that have a lot of carry potential. I kind of like that ban from them. And Ari banned for Tusini as well. I haven't watched a lot of Tusini's games, but I imagine he's a pretty cracked Ari, so like this ban a lot. And another Zillion ban coming out from Andromeda. I'm surprised this champ is still getting so much respect, but I guess that is probably a pretty juiced Zillion, and champ is like kind of strong. I also
Yeah, he's been playing it all of playoffs. It's a really good ban versus them. They've been doing it every game here.
Gotcha. Looks like it is going to be a Volibear ban. Our Volibear pick from the side of Andromeda, pretty decent blind, has a lot of super strong matchups, so it can kind of go anywhere. Flex jungle top, pretty good jungle matchups as well. Really good early game jungler, like we were talking about, that they kind of needed. So I do like this adaptation from them. Looks like a Lilia pick.
Surely. That's
okay.
Very interesting. Probably expecting to go into the Volibear, which I think is pretty solid. The ban adaptations are actually really interesting here. The Ari ban, I think, is a little questionable. Except they probably think it's Tusini's second best champion after the Talia, so I don't really hate it. But Twitch is up, which is what I'm expecting to see locked in. The cheeky Draven hover was awesome, but you know, Twitch isn't just a good ban for Stav, it's a good ban because he's the second best champion in the game right now, IMO.
Yeah,
but
I think it's also like Hog's Twitch is pretty good, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not sleep on that.
Hog is really good on all the ADCs. Ashe is being thrown up here. It doesn't matter, guys. It just doesn't. Ashe Renata picked up, like, I guess Twitch turning fire on the enemy team, sure, but Twitch is going to flank you and kill you so fast that it is tough to really counter it with the Renata. And Twitch has a favorable matchup into Ashe. Like, let's not get it twisted here. The Jhin would have been better. The Jhin is actually a pretty good matchup into Twitch, so I don't know. But now you have like Stealth McGee and Stealth McGee like 2. So
Stealth McGee and Stealth McGee 2.
I cooked at that one, bro.
Sure. We'll have to see what the back half of the bans are. Probably just gonna start putting stuff towards top lane. I do like this Rumble ban. Arnya has been kind of cooking on the Rumble. Intentional? Yes, we're gonna say that was intentional. Looks like a Kale ban for the side of Andromeda. I think this is a Cook Rumble.
I didn't. Yeah. Okay, I completely missed it. Good stuff, Mason. You're so smart.
Yeah. True. I don't actually like this kill ban. I feel like it's a bit of a waste considering that you have a lot of AP.
No one's played it before. If they think someone else is playing, like, I don't know.
It just doesn't seem that good, no? Like, you've shown a lot of AP. You don't need more carries on the side of your team. Looks like a Riven.
No, please don't blind. Oh, please don't blind Riven into open Renekton. We are not doing this. Please. Oh, no.
There's no way, right?
Oh, thank God. Okay. Thank God. Okay, this is a crazy team, though. We went from having multiple tanks every game to no tanks. Unless we have a tank mid, which you could get away with here. We could definitely see a Galio picked up.
Looks like we are just going to take the Renekton into it. And an Asol pick from the side of Andromeda.
Finally, Grewer on a mage. Oh, we've ascended.
And a scaling mage with that. You have so much early game to cover for Asol's weakness. I kind of like this from the side of Andromeda. Yeah.
This is their first draft that I've been on board with. Kiana is nuts.
This is baby. Meta Busters. This is such an ego draft from Meta Busters.
Yeah, they need to snowball the game because what the hell do you even do at this team comp if you don't? It's not that they don't have scaling champions because like all of them are scaling champions, but you can't take traditional macro, and having the skill to macro with a team comp like this is really hard.
Yeah, this is such an execution based comp. You have like
you're playing solo queue on one side, and you're playing like You're playing Scrim Zone on the other side. I wouldn't say that's a pro draft. But
Yeah. You do have to have like 5 winning lanes for the side of Meta Busters to really win this game. It's gonna be really hard. You also have like no enablers for the Twitch. I forgot to mention. Twitch is sort of just alone on himself. Twitch is a kind of champion that really likes these supportive enablers like Lulu, like Ilio, I guess. Any sort of like enchanter or stuff like that, and kind of doesn't have any of that on the side of Meta Busters. So
yeah, I mean, Noam asked me for advice after my team was eliminated, like a while back. And the one thing I told him was drop the ego. He forgot it for this draft. I'm sorry.
to be fair, I told him to lock the fuck in when he asked me for advice. So well,
Okay, you
actually,
can
my
lock the fuck
exact
in and keep the ego dropped. Like,
no. I think teams play better when they play with ego, but that's a different conversation. I actually told him my team got fisted by them in regular season when he asked me for advice against Andromeda, so I said not really.
oh yeah, he was just asking like in general. He wasn't specifically asking for Andromeda. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, we like, there's no way we ever take a game off this team. We have like severe mental block. It's a little over.
true. We are not. Our team is lost. What can I say?
Yeah. Next season, guys, don't worry.
True.
But I don't know. This is gonna be a game for sure. I don't know. This is like fully investing on Andromeda being tilted. I think if Andromeda is like locked in, then this draft goes horribly wrong. But it's
Yeah.
going to be really quick. So if they were planning on like detilting over the course of the game, that's going to be really hard to do. I do think the swap away from an early game jungle is going to hurt Metabusters a little bit because Vi and Driver are able to get so much done early, and I don't think Lilia has that same amount of pressure. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. No. That's correct. It's you outscale the Volibear by like quite a bit, and it's like really hard for Volibear to play the game into you late game.
Yep. Well, Apari clearly not in their comms because he's unsure of their mental state. But he says
Yeah.
if they are slacking at all, they're done, which, yeah, I mean, I agree with entirely. They need to be locked in here in order to have a chance. But this would be a banger series if this is the draft Metabusters wins on, but
I agree.
always down for Silver Scrapes, so.
I am rooting for my boys, the Metabusters. I doubted them the whole season, and if they clutch it out here, what can I say, man? I was wrong, you know?
Okay, well, if we look at the champion matchups, it's bad for Metabusters. Like, it is very bad for Metabusters.
They drafted with their heart here, okay?
Right. But on paper, these are all, like, good matchups. So, like, I don't know. It's simply execution based, and I think all of these champions do have significant drawbacks in the server because of how you have to play with them. But if we look at past performance, people have been looking really good. Tusini is first timing this Kiana. Guru has played the Asol once before to great success. Jonah has played the Volibear 3 times, but I think they were all in playoffs for what that's worth. And then Fujir, we've seen this already, and we know it is a little bit better than the first time would imply. But moving on to season records, nothing has been interesting. Kiana has been played at all this season, and Ashe has been pretty good. Same with Asol. Player matchups aren't accurate anymore. But yeah, I mean, I don't really think we're at the point in the series where paper doesn't matter anymore. It's all just going to be about how well the teams play.
Yeah.
So we just have to wait out the spectator delay to figure out what the hell's going to happen.
Sure. Read any good books recently?
No, I need to. I have a couple that I need to read through to give to somebody else when I'm done. But
gotcha. Reading 1984, true. That's me in Scrim Zone. 2 + 2 = 5 men. What can I say? Oppressed by the man forever. Not allowed to free think or thought crimes. That's the one. There we go.
Crimes. Yeah, there you go. Good book, to be honest. No spoilers here. Jacob reading the Dune series.
Just finished.
Jacob just likes the popcorn bucket. Let's be real. I'm throwing him under the bus.
That's crazy. Oh, Warhammer books? Okay. That's crazy.
Oh,
I'm releasing
Ari's
one next
releasing a
month,
book?
dude.
Tell us about the book. It
True,
seems interesting.
honestly.
I will chill for it on stream.
Oh, you're a novelist. That's awesome.
For those not seeing chat, Apari is the novelist in question. But I'm down to support other Andromeda team members while casting Andromeda games. Works out.
True.
Yeah, Mythic has retired from League and now reads Warhammer books full time. But we are going to hit the Rift shortly, and that's what we're all here for being real. Oh boy, I have not been more excited for a Scrims game in a long time. This one is going to be a banger, no matter what, I think. Either going to kill the momentum of Metabusters and get us to Silver Scrapes, or Metabusters following the trend of Losers Bracket 3-0 clutch up. We have Kiana on the first time on the Rift this entire season. I don't know. If I could just like lock it down and just like pretend I'm like reviewing like a Bayfang VOD, like I would do that.
Not the Bayfang VOD, bro. That's crazy.
Got pool party Renekton. Shout out to the triple pool party earlier. Those on my team know the pool party Renekton image.
True. Also, Fujer opted for the electrocute, or not Fujer. Susini opted for the electrocute on Kiana. It's been a while since that was meta, no? Most people go first strike.
I thought it swapped over to electrocute this season. But
oh, really? I didn't know.
Yeah. I mean, no one fucking plays Kiana anymore. So I don't fault you.
Yeah, there's also the PTA on Twitch, I think. I don't know if that says anything about
it. It means it's going to be way more early game focused. The cleanse I actually do think makes sense here into Ashe, and into Renekton and Volibear. Renekton and Volley on the same team is always funny because they're like kind of the same champion, so just like having to deal with two of them sucks. And this lane is going to be super rough for Hong and Fujer early, but they should have advantages later on. But the PTA is actually putting in work there, Dad falling down super low. But the issue with it is it only is effective on one person. You don't get, like lethal will stack and helps you against both of them.
Yeah.
Mason, can you ban that guy?
Yeah, I got it. Sorry.
I never know how to do it. Oh no, well, you know, I don't know how to do it. Thanks. Okay. Anyway.
With your ass.
Logs back in. Dad is harassing very heavily here. Volibear is here for the gank, but he can't dive towers this early on, so I think Lily's actually getting more use here, just keeping the tempo up, getting Cam's farm. And Tusini's going in, completely dodges everything. That's a huge trade down. If he's able to stick on this, that's huge, but he's just going to walk out and accept the fact that he now has 300 more health than his enemy laner.
Yeah. Definitely trying to play a little more aggressive, trying to abuse the early game advantage if you have on the Kiana.
Yeah. And Fuji just gets completely cut out here. Hong is in such a bad position. He is just going to flash and cleanse. I don't know what the point of that is, but Tuna's going to... Oh my god, Tuna gets it.
A solo kill.
Stop. Clean solo kill onto the Renekton there. Flashes flash, gets the auto off in the middle of the two. That is truly the Australia diff coming in. I don't... I feel like we haven't seen anything else all season where it's like super obvious that that's the issue. And Susini's in a bad position here, but he should just be able to get out with the flash at least. And
might not even need to.
Stav in a tough position here, but Noam's here to help. RNA is actually just a Shinshin TPing at this point, but no, he's able to pick it up. But
so
no,
broken. You would think.
He just autos into death. For what? Tusini completely fine here though.
Yeah, didn't even have to burn flash. That's so big for him.
Yep. And now he's looking for this, and he just picks up a solo kill.
Sure.
Jesus, man. And Noam is the most fed champion on the map here. by a significant margin. We could see a carry performance out of him. And yeah, I was not expecting Arne to be able to pick one up in return there. That actually saves his lane so much. And he's able to catch most of this wave actually, which honestly, it's not that bad anymore. Oh, I was so confused there. That was Fujer there the whole time. I was like, how is he TPing there if he's already there?
Baited.
Poorly kept secret. If you pick Nico into me, my brain just ceases functioning entirely. Yeah, Tusini's just zoning the hell out of Guru here. Normally, Kiana isn't able to find leads until 6, so the fact that he's able to get a solo kill this early, he has the Tiamat completed already. He is ridiculously far ahead, right? Yeah.
Looking for an aggressive invade here.
Yep, and he's able to pick some stuff up.
Doesn't go for the Dark Seal. He's a little bit scared. I don't know. I like getting early Dark Seals on these AP junglers. Just enables your slow ball potential really well, but it is a little risky.
That was actually really good bait there from Arne. He cancels the auto and eats Fiora riposte. But now Kiana 6 and looking for a roam. He has a general idea of where people are, but sees that there's a ward there, so he's just going to go back mid lane. Grubs aren't up yet, but will be up soon, and we know that's something that MetaBusters has prioritized a lot during this series. Kiana goes in really aggressively, saves the ultimate.
Yeah.
And they're going for another play here in the bot side of the map. As soon as Volibear shows this control where it's going to be able to pick him up. So it's not a completely unseen gank, but only Flash is available on Fujer. Tuna up a lot of farm in this lane. I don't know why I keep calling him that. It's just such a short word. Stav is up a lot of farm in this lane, but his health trades haven't been looking as good. And now here's probably the scenario where MetaBusters struggles, but really good route from Fujer. Hong is just going in, trying to pick something up. If he can get Dad, he's in a good... Yeah, and there we go. That's exactly how you need to time it, and that was a solo kill in the top lane that we just missed. Post misses. Arnie just gets him with the Q, and Stav takes the tower shot and doesn't get the kill. Is what went down there. Tusini is maybe looking to close this one off. Huge pings coming down. I think Brewer knows that he might be rotating. But Fujer needs to land a root for this to be a good play, and it just doesn't happen. But no one's going to be able to pick up these grubs regardless. Game is super close, slight advantage to MetaBusters, but nothing that actually matters.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, they need to get a lot more than just slight advantages in this game in order for this to be a really great comp for them. Like, their comp is so reliant on snowballing than the other team. The other team can just sort of wait for the Ace win condition to come online. Same with like the Nika, or not the Nika, the Ashe win condition.
Yeah, I mean, it like kind of hurts my brain because like, this is obviously like results-based analysis, but like you could have just picked Ornn top and you're like fine. Like the team comp isn't actually bad anymore at that point.
Yeah.
If he was able to like win this matchup super strong, I think it's one thing. But I mean, obviously he's gonna have a huge upside in the late game. So if they're able to just fight a lot, fighting a lot actually works here too, because you don't hit the late game macro scenarios where you struggle, but you're still able to get a lot of extra gold just from kills. So that could be another way that MetaBusters can kind of force this. But getting the grubs definitely helps them. There is no shot Stav dies here.
Yeah, I mean, grubs on Pure is also like...
Oh yeah, unless you parry nothing, then you're dead. Sorry. I didn't think he was going to do that shit.
Definitely not good from the side of MetaBusters.
Yeah, they still have a gold lead, and I think they should be able to get a dragon off this, but they're going to look to cheese something out mid instead. Tusina getting a lot of damage straight down onto them, but Guru has no clue everyone's here. Hong is just going to ult, and he throws him. That was so clean. Tusini is trying his best to make up for top lane at this point. But they should just be able to get dragon here. Tusini is looking for a wraparound. He can deal so much damage to Asher and Odyssey able to find them. They're just backing. They don't want to be around for this. And this should just be a free dragon going over to the MetaBusters. And Stav does not stop fighting. That time he actually does get the riposte off, but you just need to play safe here. Yeah, he's down about 200 to 300 gold, which isn't that bad, but you don't want to risk getting down even more.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Hey Joey, we've been saying that Meadowbusters is not favored in this game, so if the cast curse happens, it would be if they win, I think. I don't know. I have been in Stav's position many times in solo queue. It's definitely winnable, but you just, as I said before, you need to drop the ego to get anything done there. But that kill that they got on the Acel did save the game for Meadowbusters a lot here. They're pretty favored in this game state. Not as favored as they might like to be, but they're definitely not complaining. Twitch could be in a rough spot here, although this isn't real Twitch. Not that they know that.
Right under.
Real Twitch is on his way though, as well as Lilia, but they have no clue that the Volibear's here. This is actually a really rough play. But double subs and ultimate are available, and Lilia's about to be here. Renata goes down here. Twitch is able to just dodge it out. Opponent almost dies, but Twitch auto misses. Awesome. Honin is going to die. Hong is able to pick that up. Gnome's going to fall. It's an even trade here. And Kiana getting a lot done here. Has the ultimate available, is holding it though. Doesn't have a good way to use it. Gets stunned up, gets hit by the black hole, but Tusini should just be fine here. Low mana on Brewer.
So kill angle on the Kiana if you hit your abilities correctly though.
Yep. I have no clue how much health Fuger's actually at. Oh, and Ash Arrow just hit Tusini in mid lane, but no follow-up from Acel. Oh, walks into it. But they know it's Nico now because of the bow. But Fuji just needs to get the hell out of here, unless he's full health. Not full. Not full. But now Hog's here? And Stav's in a really bad place here now. Has flash.
Grand Barrier down.
And yeah. Almost a really good play there from Tusini, but grubs are getting picked up, which is kind of what matters. This top side is going to be a huge liability for Meadowbusters, though. Arne's playing really well.
Yeah. Could be a bit of a rough game. Profane Hydra already picked up from the Kiana, though. That's pretty big.
Yeah, this is a game to watch for sure. It's just like impossible to know what the hell's happening at any point because like it could just go either way. All these matchups are like knife's edge. The Twitch having 3 kills at this point is definitely more impactful than the Renekton having 3 kills, though, especially with the extra CS in his pockets.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And the objective control from Meadowbusters has been insane, but they don't have much of a gold lead anymore, which is pretty interesting. Volibear is coming up to protect this play, but maybe doesn't want to force it. Tusini takes a tower shot there and is going to almost get hit by the Acel ulti. Doesn't actually get hit by it. Dad's going to be here though. He walks up, he's in big trouble. Hong is walking around. So much stealth in this game. And Hong just goes for it, forces the W out of Brewer.
Tusini is staying here on this.
They do know which one's Tusini. Asher whiffs. Yeah, I'm glad I peed before this game, is all I'm going to say. Tusini is in big trouble here, except it's actually full health Fuger, who's going to ult and just walk away and be fine. I don't think that play was worth it. You got a ward in exchange for your ultimate. Which is a really important cooldown this early in the game, and is on a pretty long timer. Yeah. It's not going to be up until about 40 seconds after Dragon spawns. Twitch ultimate is up, Kiana ultimate is up, the rest of them are all there. Twitch flash isn't up, which is pretty important. Lilia flash I don't care as much about though.
Yeah, but Lilia does have the ulti for this next Dragon fight.
So but they're just going to look for Brewer again. They actually just want this guy to have the worst day of his life. The worst day on his job of all time, you know, because he's salaried for sure.
We're all salaried. He pays all of us out of his pocket.
Oh, Tusini taking damage. That's a little rough for him, but Jonah once again is just hiding here. Hong has not committed to the ultimate yet, but now he does. And the Volibear is going in. Noam's cut out a little bit here. Is going to pop the Lullaby now, maybe? But no, Tusini's actually able to grab up Jonah on the backside, gets the shutdown, and Stav is going to try his best to get out. Is just going to pop the ult for the healing, I think. Hong trying his best, but that Ace ult ulti is huge. But Noam is going to survive until he gets hit by the Ashe ultimate. Stav's still here. Could maybe find something here.
Nope. The Renekton with this
just gets out of turret range. And Tusini's able to pick one up. I don't think Conan gets this, but it's all down to cooldowns. And Hong's able to pick it up.
Hong is here and picks it up.
This game. Agrur has empowered ulti on his next one. That's a big thing to look out for.
Yeah.
First one this game.
I gotta go.
Okay.
For work.
Good luck.
See you later.
Jesus, man. This game is crazy. Well, I definitely won't run out of things to be casting while this game's going on. But Jonah just grabbing red buff. Both teams are way scared to commit to these dragons just because they know how flippy fights can be at this point in the game. Tusini maybe looking for an angle to get in on the Gruer here, but every time he misses his engage like that, he just takes so much from Gruer's fadeaway Qs. That's been a really rough spot. If MetaBusters is looking to grab a dragon or a Rift Herald, they need to do it before this ultimate cooldown is back up, which is at about 45 seconds right now. Now Lilia is here in the area, looking to try to find a pick beforehand, but Jonah's just kind of always been in the right spot this game. Really good map awareness from him this time. Definitely an improvement on what we've seen in previous games. Top lane continues to be way in Andromeda's favor. If they can just get Arnie down for a rotate for one of these fights, they're doing so well. Tusini gets caught out here, doesn't take too much damage, but Hong is looking for Gruer on the backside of the fight, and might actually end up getting it, but the bailout is coming through, so Hong needs to get the kill off quick. And now Jonah is falling low, could be in a position to die, but Tusini actually gets Berserk there and just isn't able to get the damage that he needs. And that is a really good play there. But no, shutdown coming down onto Kiana. And this is 2 for 2 so far. Arnie does teleport into the fight, but if they're able to just space out, no, Fujer just dies instantly. Noam trying his best to get stuff done, but isn't able to find much. But no dragon going down, and Stav might be able to pick up this tower, which should get him a little bit back into the matchup. But Arnie is just rotating back up way too fast for him to be safe. Yeah, and he gets the feeling that it's not going to be safe. Tries to back out a little bit. This 2v1 might be okay. No Dominus is available, and Stav does have ultimate. Could just burn it and commit down, but once again, the W just not getting anything down, and Tusini is going to be here, does teleport straight from base. Stav trying his best to heal up, is going to get the Grand Challenge completed. Ace ult ulti is available. No one's really low enough to get picked up here. They want to find this tower, though. Because it looks like it's probably going to be traded for the dragon. But they're just going to focus on the Rift Herald instead. They can give up the second dragon. All the available souls are actually pretty good. Cloud's the worst out of them, but not much you can really do here at this point. And it is going to be Infernal, which is insanely good for MetaBusters, so going to be a high point of prio for the rest of the game here. Fiora finally completing her first item. Renekton's had Borg for about a century at this point. And they're looking to catch Gruer out, knowing he has the empowered ultimate. Ult's coming down from Twitch, stays out of tower range, and Tusini goes in, but he gets slowed. He's so low, but there's no one there to punish him for it. Volibear running up as fast as he possibly can, and that Gruer ultimate did absolutely nothing, which is the last thing you want to see for Andromeda. Really tragic there. And Rift Herald is going to charge, picks up the turret, and opening up mid-turret is really good. Tusini going in does get the root hit on him, but Stav's going to chase down, trying to get a slow off here. Ghost coming down from Ashe, and that's, you take it, that's a summoner spell. Timer on Baron is pretty low, but not that anyone's going to go for it. The Infernal Dragon is what we really want to watch out here for. MetaBusters is in a good spot at this point in the game. But Kiana just left. You have this control ward available to you. Noam just arrived. Hit the bowling ball, but there goes the Berserk. Only lands down onto Fujer, who is going to ult. Gets caught out immediately, though. And Stav's going to try his best to get out of there. Burns the flash. he's able to get just out of range. Volibear has the tower suppress already used, though. Did it to get in initially. You're picking out Future there, but you're not getting too much done. Hongbaba is alone in the mid lane trying to get something there, but Asol is uncontested on the top side of the map. Staub does have TP, but might not end up using it. Gruer should just be able to get this tower unless someone TPs for it. Tusini is looking for someone, but he's in the middle of 3 people, so he needs to be really careful. Just goes for the ulti though, is going to be able to get Honen, and he just needs to live long enough for Honen to actually die. And now Tusini, trying to get himself out of here, has a lot of stealth, is trying to get out. Stavs here, goes in, and there we go. Asol able to get that turret like we said. Tusini just really low, was able to find the kill, just needs to make sure that he can get out here. Yeah, Stav not having the best riposte this game, I think is really costing him. And that is Baron in the river. Stav a bit far up. Caught out in between 3 people here. Gruer has ultimate, not the empowered one. There's definitely not an angle to start Baron here from either team. It is way too close of a game to be doing anything like that. They are going to spud out Arnia here on the control word. No way to pick him off. Infernal Cinder is probably my least favorite feature of League of Legends to ever exist. I think they're corny as hell. But do give haste, which is really good for Kiana. Not like particularly crazy good on anyone else. Haste is obviously good on every champion. Twitch able to get the Runans already. Really good with his ultimate. Could see something going out there. They really want to clear out this control ward on top side. Lots of pings coming down. They want to walk up with multiple people. But Tusini wants to grab this turret and then get Honen. Gets the speed there, gets some damage down, and that is for sure a kill. Hong's going to get it if Tusini doesn't. And yeah, his Q is just going to give him that bonus attack speed and he picks it up. So hard to push up anywhere on this map. And a fight is breaking out on the top side. Stav gets caught, is able to riposte that, but it's just going to get berserked. They want to try to get Future out. And I think Stav might just be fine there. Renata ulti and Volibear ulti being down for basically no cost is really good. They're not going to be available for the Dragon. Small miracle for Metabusters there. Able to get out of that fight okay. But Andromeda definitely struggling everywhere except top jungle. Jonah and Arnia have had really solid games so far, but it's just struggling to translate across the map. Both of them are struggling with the same thing. The comp is very well suited to peeling off Renekton and Volibear, and if you can peel off one, you can peel off the other. Volley caught out here. Fuger was the Scuttle Crab, able to get half of his health down there. I do love how Spectator doesn't show you. It makes it just as surprising for me as it does the people in the game. Tusini just trying to stay stealth as long as possible. Does break the stealth slightly there. Bowling Ball is hit onto Dad. Not sure they're going to pull the trigger on that. They can just walk down to Dragon. Stars Descend is about to be up, I think. They're not aware of that though. Fuger looking to just kill Jonah, isn't able to find it outright. And Stav split pushing here, but they're committing 2 up for it. If he can get the turret and his team can get the Dragon, it's a good play. If he just dies for nothing, it's not so good. But this looks like an uncontested Dragon. Hog almost able to find Honen, but he does get peeled off by the bailout. But still trading one who only has a small shutdown isn't the worst for this team. And now Renekton has entered the fight, but Noam's dealt so much damage to this. Tusini getting so much damage here. Fuger just trying to slow him down. Metabuster's not looking for a fight, just looking to stall. Andromeda trying to find opportunities to get back in control of this game, but they're burning so many resources and not getting much from it. That one play mid was really favorable for them. Stav now trying to get something done here, is completely caught out. Is trying his best to run away here, doesn't have the ghost or anything, and might have trolled by autoing that minion there. He's just running as fast as he can. And yeah, he's probably just caught here. No reason to commit too much to this unless he can flash out over the wall, but he just flashes in a straight line. And the TP behind him, they're calling it off. They're trying to focus fully on Tusini, but Tusini does so much damage. Doesn't have the ultimate available, doesn't have flash. Now there's a counter TP. If they can save Stav with that TP, they're in a good spot. And Andromeda just desperately trying to burn resources to save their lead. They feel like they're playing on the back foot from the way they're playing. But I don't think they're not favored in this game still. Arne has set him up so well to get stuff done. Going for the Eclipse build, just full damage, make sure that he can chunk anyone on this team down because there's no tanks. There's no reason that you need to go more of a tank running build. One could argue Bork falls into that category, but the slowdown is, I think, really what you get that for. I know I'm a little scared to take the Scuttle Crab. Knows that they have vision. And Hong, looking for this pick here, sees it but just isn't going to go for it, thinks it's not worth it. Throws it at the last second, but yeah, you're not stopping that. Wants to leave Stav alone. Ashe is going to meet them there, and there's a fight bringing out on the top side. Fuja gets caught out, but is able to find a huge ultimate. Tusini looking for something, and Fuja just gets out over the wall. Noam's here, and Jonas here, but Kiana eats the stun, and that is going to be crippling for them. That's a 2 for 0, unless Tusini's able to find Dad on the backside of it. Not quite. Burns the Ghost Blade is still running. I mean, he's probably dead to tower. But Fiora's able to get one on the side lane, and Hong is pushing for one in the mid lane, but the whole posse is here to kill him. This game is such a mess. Hong is spotted out so hard here, and Tusini dying again there was quite unfortunate for him. But Asol ult was burned on that and not an objective, which, I don't know, is interesting. Stav is now in a tough spot again. Saw the Volibear just too late. Doesn't riposte that time, but he should just be able to run away. Fiora has a lot of bonus move speed in her kit, but you don't want to stay too long until the Ashe arrow comes back up. Does still have riposte for it though. And now Fuja and Noam are trying to solo the Baron. They do not know Baron got buffed. It is killing them so fast. They don't have the Twitch there to help them out, and that is just wasted time on the map. Looking to just take a reset as a team here. No objectives up for 2 minutes. Once that starts being there, Metabuster's best hope here is to just lurk and try to find picks. But if Andromeda's just able to death ball, I don't think that there's much that they can do to them unless they're able to pick off 2 tanks quickly, which low chance of that happening. Hong would be the one to do that. He's farming for IE right now. He's not super close to it, but if he's able to get a couple more waves, he could be in a position to have it by Infernal Dragon. But it is a tough sell to get there. Yeah, this is a crazy game for sure. We're 25 minutes in and I still have no clue who's gonna win. No one picking up the Scuttle Crab down there is going to give them vision, basically up until that dragon does spawn. They're looking to steal away this red buff, which could be pretty solid. Having red buff refreshed on your team and the other team doesn't have it, especially with Renekton and Volibear, is actually a lot bigger than you might think. There's 2 Hong Bobas in the bush. One of them is not real. And Kiana is just completely caught out here, which might be the biggest turn in this whole fight. Tusini able to get a stun down, but now Fuja looking for the engage, gets the flash out, but is now caught by Renata ultimate, and this might be an overcommit here. Hongboba trying to get as much damage down as possible, but he's caught out here. Asol ult coming down, and they're just trying to cut and run. Only 2 of them are alive. Stav split pushing, but he isn't able to get anything done. The goal of Metabuster's Comp is to get picks, not get picked. Not a good look for them. Andromeda turning to maybe get a Baron here, but it's hard to do so. Hong needs to just run away here. Noam is alive, so there's always the possibility of the steal here. And Fiora turning to collapse. Bowling Ball hit a couple, but doesn't have it available. Stav hits the Fiora ulti onto Gruer, trying to find it, but he's just going to get out. Now Stav needs to run away. He's in such a bad position here. And Stav misses the W, actually. Gets the timing right, but isn't able to hit it on the right target. And now they're overcommitting to Stav, and they might just lose Dragon off of it. Jonah is nowhere near this. Noam trying to burn it down as much as possible, but Volibear is so fast. They just need to pull this off. But Future's here looking for maybe to get the ultimate. And yeah, Jonah's just able to steal it up, but Tusini's here. This might be an overcommit if he does just go in for it. They're only losing one extra at this point. Honin falling down, that's one kill. Tusini's here fishing for another one. Jonah's down super low, Arnie's down super low. Hongbaba does have flash and is going to commit to it. Has the ultimate, is going to pick up Dad in this play. Bailout's through, but it's not going to do anything. And Jonah and Arnie walk away with basically no HP. There is a possible angle to a commit to Baron here. Renata and Ashe down for about 30 seconds, but Hong is just fishing for this, trying to get as much gold as he can off these minions. Still doesn't have the IE available to him. He's now going to back for it. I think if he bases and they walk up with Lilia and Fiora, there's an angle there, but I don't know. It all depends on those bot lane respawn timers from Andromeda, and it's a risky play. It's not safe. They are just running for it. They're running for it together. Tusini just got it back, and now Fuju's alive. They're just running here. Stav again, split pushing, trying to draw as much attention as he can, but it's hard for them to match him on the split when he's not showing on map. So he does need to walk forward a bit, but he does have that teleport available. Ping's coming down onto Baron. They know that this play is probably going to happen, but you need to play around stealth in order to get anything done as Metabusters. And now Noam's cut out. He's able to get Lullaby down onto only one of these people. Hong is there trying to get as much down as possible, and there goes the stun down onto Jonah. Teleport coming through. Honin misses the stun, and they're able to kill Arnie, and Jonah is going in, getting probably down super low. Tusini is able to just completely one-shot Honin. Ace ult coming down, and now it's a 2v3 in Metabusters' favor. Tusini chasing Dad here. Ghostblade's popped, but I don't know, anything could happen. Tusini now looking for a kill onto Dad. Is not able to find it. Guru is able to get the kill. It's now dominating. Pushes into Noam. Fujer's here. Isn't going to be able to get anything done. Noam trying his best to get away. Is just slowed. Almost finds that. And now Fujer almost gets it. But Stav is just split pushing alone on the other side of the map. Trying to get this inhib. And no one's going to be able to deal with him for another 10 seconds. He can shove out this one more wave, then he's in a good spot. But Fujer looking for this, is spotted out on the ward, not able to find a kill on either of these two people. This game is such a mess. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who's winning. Oh, Lord. RNA probably has Frozen Heart. It's probably the reason for the base. No. I don't know what he just based for. No, he does. He does. Okay, Hong grabbing red buff for his whole team. Next dragon up in 2 minutes. Baron's still alive. All ultimates available in the entire game. Empowered ultimate available for Brewer. So Metabusters doesn't want to fight here. Flashes available for 3 people in the game. His Volibear, Fiora, and Nico. Looks like Baron might just be getting sneaked here. No, they're clearing out vision. They want to have the option to sneak the Baron if they can, but Twitch isn't there, so they're not able to right now. But now the whole team is walking up, looking to collapse, and Spell Shield is taken off of Tusini. Tusini's in such a bad spot here right now. But he goes for the one-shot onto Dad. He is able to find it as long as he doesn't die. They're able to find it. Tusini might end up dying to Jonah. Fujer, huge flank there. Noam's able to get some damage down, but here comes the powered Ace ultimate, and I think that's going to doom 2 of them to death. But no, Noam able to get the drowsy. Fujer just trying to walk his way out. Noam getting so much damage down, but now Jonah popping the ultimate. Fujer is going to die, and that's a 2-for-1 in favor of Metabusters. And Stav on the split push, but Guru is here to match him. He's trying to dash away. Arne trying to go on top of him, but now Jonah's in a 1v3, and Noam falling down super low. They're trying to kill Jonah here. Redemption from Renata actually came in huge there. And they're going to try and grab this mid turret and then rotate down for Dragon, which is spawning up in about a minute. Hong just shoving this out. And this is a 5k gold lead for Metabusters. It's so hard to know who has an advantage. People in chat thinking that Metabusters is ahead. I think they are, but I really don't like their composition. And Acel hasn't had a good empowered ultimate all game, which I think is really what this is coming down to. Stav is doing the best he can. He has the most he has on his team not in the game. That would be Brewer, not surprising. But he's trying his best to get split pushes off. He does have teleport available. He could stop side lane. And Joey in chat saying that we need to pick Asol in order to win, or just win quick. And they are death pushing, and Stav is going to get caught out again here. But it's going to be an easy exchange for the Dragon. Stav actually flashing out here, and Hong is here too. Going to be able to slow him down, but Gruer there on it, and they're not going for the Dragon. I think they just have to trade objectives here. And that appears to be the call. This is going to close the gold gap immensely. Stav having such a rough game here, 1-7. And Andromeda able to pick up the Baron. Looking good for them now, actually. If they're able to like minimize the lead and just keep the game going a bit longer, they're in a really good spot here. That Baron could have spelled the end of the game for them, but actually buys them about 6 minutes more time. And that brings it to 40 minutes when the next Baron is going to be up. Now it is tough though, because Volibear and Renekton fall off as the game goes on. Oh, Hong, able to dodge this, is going to drop into stealth, has flash and cleanse available to him. Does it, holds them both, holds them both. Those are nerves of steel from Hong. They're setting up mid. Noam looking for a bowling ball on the flank. Tusini just trying to get as much damage down as possible. Dad able to get that spell shield off. He's been able to do that consistently. Noam looking for a pick with the ultimate. He's able to find two. That could be a good lullaby. Not going for it. They're just trying to stall. They want to find a fight that they can have the advantage in, and that's not going to be when the enemy team has Baron buff. However, they do need to go before Gruer gets empowered ultimate again. At this point in the game, when the map is this open, it's really hard to split push. Split pushing is generally most effective from like the 20 to 30 minute mark, and we're kind of past that window for it. Because you have to push all the way up to base to get anything done. So that slight advantage they have from the Fiora is going to go away. They're going to be able to grab the Scuttle Crab and the entire topside jungle away from Andromeda, which is pretty good. Metabusters do still have a lot of map control favored. They have 7 towers to Andromeda's 2. And Tusini is looking for an assassination, but Jonah is not the target he wants here. They see that Jonah's walking up though, and I think they're just going to have to leave. They're hoping for like single out picks, and that's just not what you're getting when the Volibear struts into your jungle. Andromeda just doing the best they can to hold on here. All they need to do is not make a mistake, and I think they're in a really good spot. They've closed the gold lead to about 1.4, 1.5k. They're still down a dragon, but as they're pinging, the next one's up in about 3 minutes. It's going to be hard for them to have a combat advantage here, but I don't know what Gruer's stack progress is. Oh my god, he's almost there. They need to pick him in this fight, or just get him to use a bad ultimate in order to win it. If they can get him to use it beforehand, but yeah, no, he has empowered ultimate. It's looking good for Andromeda. They should be able to clean this up if they can hit the Asol ultimate onto everybody. However, if Tusini can spell shield it and just completely pop him like he's done in previous fights, they're in a good spot. Metabusters doesn't have the intel that he has the empowered ult, though. I think he walked away from the wave when he got it. Twitch pinging out the Renekton and the Volibear. He's scared of those. He knows their ults are both up. Dragon up in 1:30. Pongbaba, 4 items. Nothing defensive. Kiana, full build. Stav, also 4 items. Looking at the other side, they definitely have item advantage. Except this Volibear is a big concern. Both mid laners full build at this point. Ashe, definitely behind the Twitch, though. The Volibear and the Asol are the huge threats on the other team, and Metabusters is very well-rounded. First time these teams have even come into contact with each other in about a minute, 2 minutes here. High stress situation. I'm stressed just watching it. I can't imagine what the players are feeling right now. Infernal Drag up in a minute. It's possible they could just give and look for an end, but that sells the game if you don't get it. Now the red buffs are even. Noam looking for the steal. Isn't going to find it. Noam could be collapsed on here. Jonah popping the fancy feet. Jusini could be caught out here, just got spotted out by that ward. Stav looking to push in. Does win against Renekton at this point in the game, I'm pretty sure. And does not get the stun out. Pops the ulti, is able to heal so much. And I think, oh no, the stun comes through, and Stav just dies. That could cost him so much. Hong looking to peel off Dad though, just gets immediately hit on, and there goes the Ace ulti. They're only going to lose 2 from that, I think. Tusini able to get out. Hong is actually able to get him with the poison, but that is a 3-for-1 in favor of Andromeda, and I think Andromeda might have a huge lead here. Stav really struggling against Arne here. Picks the blind Fiora and gets super punished for it. Dragons are even though, no souls going over. Noam always could just toss a ball over, look for it, but there's no way that spike gets missed. If Metabusters is looking for something, they need to make a play now while Aesol ulti is down, and maybe around the Baron. But they still do retain the gold advantage. They have the theoretically stronger team. They just need to fight together. But, I mean, Andromeda is just in such a dominating position here, and I think with the momentum from this game, they could just carry into a Game 5. And your spirits would be high. Especially, like, certain people on Metabusters, I think, would have a hard time mental resetting after this game just because of the position they find themselves in. Baron is up now. They have really fast take with these champions if they're all there. Fiora trying to match Renekton again. I think if you can get the Renekton before he gets into the wall, you're in a good spot. Renekton did lose the flash, and Fiora didn't. Hong does have QSS, so he has a cleanse even though he doesn't have a cleanse, if that makes sense. But they're just trying to slow down here, and Fiora is trying to defend this tower and maybe push in. 2 towers is still the amount that Andromeda has, which isn't looking great for them. Just overall, it's so hard for them to have map control here. They need to just defend all this stuff mid. And Hong is way far up here. He needs to just play off his stealth really well. Asher are just going to miss. Arnie finds him though. Doesn't actually get close enough. And Tusini just completely catches out Dr. Dad there. That's basically just a one-shot. Only ult used was the Kiana's, and now they're just going to walk up and grab the Baron. And it's going to be so hard for Andromeda to contest this. Jonah's going to walk up, but he's on vision. Nico can just sit here. Easiest route of your life. Gonna hit that, stall it out. Hong just walks up. There goes the ulti. They're gonna look for this. Opponent is here. So much damage coming out from Hong, but this might be an overcommit. Sun comes out into Hong Bobby. He just died. Baron is barely secured. And Tusini running away, but it's on a control ward. They have vision. And Stav looking for the end. Trying to pick up this inhib. Has Baron buff. Can't keep committing to it though, because Arne's back. More respawns following. Oh my god. The pressure. Oh, and Fujer able to stop opponent's back, gets some damage down, doesn't have the ultimate to follow up, but they way overcommitted on the Volibear. They thought they had the kill, but he's one of the strongest members on this team, and he's so tanky. And Hong just got out of position. Even though he had the QSS, it just didn't matter. Tusini top side of the map, so they know that they're pretty safe. Really good pick from him to initiate that play, but unfortunately the team just wasn't able to capitalize it on the way that they needed to. Soul is in 2 minutes. Someone's getting it. I don't see a world where these teams don't fight for it. Could always be a backdoor option for Fiora, but there's no wards or anything set up for it. This is the deepest vision that they have on the open lane. There's this too, but it just doesn't have the same effect. Baron buff is available. They could look to try and set up a push for it, but it is going to expire pretty close to when Dragon spawns. Jusini spotted. Volibear running in. Hong has a flank here, but it's going to be really hard for him to get anything done. This late assignment for Fiora is actually a lot better than the Renekton one, I think just because there's not a mental block there. And Brewer is way out of the fight, doesn't have ult, empowered ulti, but he's so close to it, he's going to get it. Having it up for this dragon fight too is going to be insane. He doesn't quite get it off that, but he's going to get it super soon. And there we go. It is available. And they're looking to just find a pick. Andromeda just trying to stay strong, want to secure the soul, have the Ace ulti, just need to play as a team. And there they go. They see Hong. They're going in. There goes the Ash Arrow. It hits Tusini, does nothing because he has the Spell Shield. And they're just able to walk it out. Spell Shield traded for Ash Arrow. And Stav is absolutely brutalizing Arnia here. And he's going to pick this up. Stav finally getting his comeback. And that is a base coming out from Fujer, and there's a game pause. Tusini had to walk away from the computer. Did he have a heart attack? Is he stressed? He is 10, 5, and 8. They wait for the fight to finish top lane, call the pause, and they are basing for a potential reset here. Everyone spam. Okay. Game on pause. And we should be good. We get to watch this play again, and hopefully pause buffer has gone away. So I'm able to pick it up. Fujer goes for a recall. I think it's only a fake recall though. Okay. Okay, we're still stuck. Okay, we're good. No one worry. We're fine. We're locked in. We're dialed. Alright. Then we fast forward where we were. Alright, here we go. Deary advising me to hit the blinker. Thank you, Deary. And now Honan is trying to stop. I don't think it's going to work, but now Noam gets collapsed on by Jonah. They're fishing. And Noam and Jonah are just locked in combat. Tusini in a rough spot here. Does have to flash away. Gets away from the big part of the ulti. And they're just looking for so much damage. Noam is able to hit a 3-man Drowsy, but shut down onto Stav on the other side of the map. And they just have to walk out and just reset everything. And I think this is going to be dragging given over to Andromeda. They're looking in a really good spot right now. The punish just wasn't there off of the kill onto the Renekton. And they're starting this up. Lilia not available. They need Kiana and Nico in order to wipe this. But pings are just coming down, and yeah, this is Soul going over to Andromeda. Fujer's going to see Jonah walking by and knows he can't fight. He's 4 levels down. And yeah, I mean, at this point, there's a gold lead. It doesn't matter. People are full build pretty much everywhere. A few people aren't, and those are the ones that you really want to watch out for. Nico does not have much of anything going for her in this game in terms of gold, but her ult is really good. Yeah, the game's just so slow. Both teams are probably going to make a play at the Baron. It just really comes down to who can execute team fights better, which, as we've discussed in depth, should be Andromeda by all accounts. Guru is trying his best to get to Stardust, but it's going to be hard for him to do it. Seems like he's on rhythm to have it for every dragon, but not for Baron. Stav's gotten to the point where he can win on the side lane. He's full build. I think even if Renekton catches up, it doesn't matter because of how much true damage Fiora can do. But he loses to the Ashe and might also lose to Aesol. It can only beat that Renekton for sure. And picking Jonah doesn't work. We know this already. Stav a little caught out here. Not fully. That's not really Noam. Which you can tell because of the Banshees. And Fujer's here, gets spotted out by the control ward, although I think that's not even real Fujer. Baron up in 30. 83,000 gold from one team, 81,000 on the other. Insanely tense game. Aesol hasn't died in like so long. Tusini here though, maybe looking for something, but I have no vision. Could have tossed the ulti, but that just gets flashed. And at this, yeah, 416 CS for Aesol. At this point in the game, any cooldown should be considered for the rest of the game. It doesn't matter if the flash is slightly longer than the ultimate, if you have to trade him. Noam trying to start at the Baron, not a good idea. You're not going to be able to burn it down. And Stav is just threatening to end the game. Everyone is rotating down onto him. He's going to try to kill Arnier, but now they're committing onto everyone else. Stav just trying to get away. He knows he's not going to be able to win this. Does have riposte. Is going to riposte onto Aesol. Trying to heal as much as he can. He has the Guardian Angel. He's stalling out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Hong's here to clean up on the back end, but he's just in trouble. Hong dodges the Ash arrow, but just gets knocked out from the Aesol ult, and I think that might be the end of the game. Hong pops the cleanse. Yeah, he's just dead. But they might just be getting the Baron, but it's going to be so hard for them to kill everyone here with just the 3 of them. They need to turn on the dad first. I think they expected more people would commit to that, and now Kiana ulti just does nothing. Fujer's caught out. He's going to die. Has the ulti, is going to pop it, doesn't hit it on anyone important. And yeah, I think Andromeda's got this game. No one pops up directly in the air, which honestly saved his life. Now Elder's the next one up. But that's so much control given over to Andromeda. They have the gold lead for the first time in like 40 minutes. No one just hit sleep onto like everybody, but his team isn't there. It's not worth ulting. Respawn timer is about 20 for Fujer. Andromeda's going to try to just end here, it looks like, which could be a throw or it could be the correct answer. Dealing so much damage down there. Tusini gets spot out, has no ultimate, has to flash himself alive, but now Hong's alive. Is going to just pop the ult, doesn't have the ult actually, and there we go. Andromeda just so much damage, it's so late in the game. They touch the Nexus and they're going to end. And we're moving on to fucking Silver Scrapes. Oh my god. That's the wrong one, my bad. Oh no, it won't let me play it. Oh, there we go, here we go. Real quick, prediction is in chat. Put down all your channel points on whoever you believe in. This last game is going to be a banger. We've now returned to Metabusters on the side that they have not lost a single game on all night. And Andromeda has not won a single game on it, but Andromeda has momentum going into this, and I can imagine Metabusters are probably tilted as hell after that game. I think if both teams draft more to their strengths, I think we're in good shape for a banger. But honestly, a quick death for either of these teams would be really satisfying to watch too. Just excited that we finally get a Game 5 asterisk in this server. Should be a banger. Alright, we are in. Echo, Jinx, both banned away. Zillion banned. We're going rapid fire. Zach taken off the table. They didn't want to steal it this time. A-Soul banned away. They know grew on a mage. Spells trouble. Twitch left open. They felt like they could deal with that one. Talia banned. Ari first pick though. We're in. Things are getting interesting here. This is a champion that we have not seen go through drafts at any point within this series. Does Arnie go back to Renekton for this game? I see no reason why he shouldn't. You could probably just slam it early, but we could see another R3 Renekton come through. Probably a Jhin pick here, maybe, but it's possible that they moved off of it. And no, we're just slamming Renekton R1. Oh lord, this is getting exciting. And the Volibears picked again. They felt like there wasn't a counter to those two champions, which honestly, I don't disagree with. We could see an Ornn come out here into the Renekton. I like it a lot. The Renekton has his way with you early in the game, but you do end up just completely outscaling, and it provides really good front line to stop this Renekton Volibear combo. And like Lilia, Ornn wouldn't be a bad idea, and then you could save these later picks for Homabot and Fujer, but I'm not sure if we're actually going to see that come through. We see the Jarvan come down again. It can just wall off the Renekton and Volibear, but no, we're seeing the Vi instead. A little bit worse in my opinion in this matchup, but I don't hate it at all. Definitely comfort is super important in a game like this, super high pressure situation here. And Malphite is picked into the Renekton. Stav goes, nah, skill-based champion, too much, I'm picking a fucking tank, and he locks in the mountain himself, the monolith. There is a world in which you can just slam Sylas here, and Andromeda is really good into Ahri, and if you have Malphite ult too, you are fucking goated. But then you're triple melee, and you rely on someone who's been struggling all series to be your main source of ranged damage, which could be a little bit interesting. And there we go, the Sylas is locked in. This is nuts, man. Brewer on Sylas into Ahri to close this out. But anyway, the bans come through. Sivir's taken off the table. Does have a lot of tools to spell shield here. The Twitch is still up. Vane's banned as well. Another scary pick coming out from Hongbaba here, if that does go through. Is it possible that Andromeda picks the Twitch? That would be insane. It's possible that Dad plays it, then they could put Honan on support with Thresh. That would be a really unexpected swap here, but I think it could be really interesting. It's really hard to know what's going to happen here. Ziggs is locked in. Ziggs 80 carry. Oh, Lord. Things just got interesting here. There's no sustained range DPS from Andromeda at all, unless they pick the Senna, which is up for Fujer, by the way. He's a huge proponent of it. I don't think I'm a huge fan of it. What we can do here is we could slam Cog Lulu. It's available. Hongbaba has been known to play it. But oh my god, am I a prophet? Am I a prophet? The Cog is here. And the Lulu. Oh, I predicted it, man. My hands are hot. My hands are hot. I got it. We're going. And Camille support. Hovered. Not locked. This is nerfed. This is nerfed. I have no clue what you pick here, though. Like Braum, maybe? Nautilus? Bard. The Bard was up the whole time. I didn't even notice. This is such a crazy draft. Dad finally gets access to his Bard. And yeah, it's so short range from Andromeda into a Kog'Maw. But if the Bard is able to find Bard ultimates, this could be over. And Sylas is going to have Malphite ultimate to get into you. This is an insane draft. I could not have asked for a better Game 5. This is interesting. And it's a great way to showcase the skills of both of these teams. They're going to play a Protect the Cog composition. We have Malphite to peel for him. We have Vi to lock down whoever else. Probably going to be Sylas most of the time. And we have Tusini on a skill-based champion in the mid lane versus Gruer on a skill-based champion in the mid lane. This is such a banger. I could not have asked for a better series. And we are populating the lobby right now. Everyone's getting geared, getting ready to play this game. Oh boy. Cog Lulu, Sylas into Malphite. Oh baby. Sorry, I'm struggling to form words right now. This is such a fun game we're about to witness. Honan realized that the Xerath off the table. Why not pick Ziggs? Basically the next best thing. And it does really well solo into Bard. You honestly might still be able to get early towers, even in a 1v2 scenario. Because Cog and Lulu are solid. They're not like the most early game champions. You do need to watch out for those early levels though, which is I think where Andromeda could really get into trouble down there. But if Cog is able to get ahead, you're in such deep, excrement. I don't think you're really getting out of this situation. I believe that everything is pulled up correctly, and yes, here we go. Here are the final champion stats we're going to be seeing of Season 7. Bit of an up and down season in terms of Riot doing anything productive, but who cares? This is a banger. Noam, 4-4 on this Vi now. Has gotten slightly better over the course of this. Jonah now 4-0 on the Volibear. Terrifying stuff. Stav first timing Malphite here, but Honan's also first timing Ziggs. Did Stanley just send the Among Us button? No, he sent a giant Andromeda. Awesome. Hong 2-5 on Kog'Maw. Not a great omen, but Dad with a 13 KD on Bard. How does he do it? It makes no sense. Fujer never played Lulu in the server, but it's not a champion that I'm not really confident on playing. I think he's going to be completely fine. I'm looking over this. Season records, everything's looking fine except Ari tends to struggle, and Sylas looking very favored. Bard and Valley also looking pretty good. On paper, this should mean that Andromeda is in a really good spot here. Who cares about the player matchups? Who cares about overall records? Champ matchups, sure. Malphite should slam Renekton. Sylas, pretty good into Ahri, but they're able to keep it even. And Bard, I guess, is slightly favored into Lulu. Kog'Maw absolutely destroys Ziggs, and Volibear is slightly favored into Vi. But these other assessments are pretty correct. So I don't know. It's really just going to be all about Ahri and Kog'Maw being able to play out of range of their Renekton, Volibear, Sylas frontline. But the Bard ultimates are going to be what matters in this game, and I don't think anything else even comes close. But I'm just going to let the Solar Scrapes rip one more time before we get into the game. Okay. I think we're getting the game pretty soon, but this is guaranteed to be a banger. I don't know. Andromeda and Metabusters have both played their hearts out this season. Both ended the season with the same score. Both have basically identical records going into this game, and now they're 2-2. Identical game score in this series. They're back on blue side, which is the side Andromeda picked now, or Metabusters picked now, but Andromeda picked for them at the beginning of the series. Oh my god. And we start off with a pause. There's nothing more Scrim Zone than this, ladies and gentlemen. Like, holy shit. We have hit a game pause. Everyone's getting water. Jonah's gone. Dad's gone. Who knows what's happening? We just get to wait through the pause. They are icing us. Everyone, please send icing emote in season discussion if you're a real one. Because, oh my god, we are icing this game. Pause every game. Goes crazy. You're welcome, team. Love you. Yeah, this is like the greatest tease of all time. I actually don't. I don't know what to do here. But anyway, if any food delivery services would like to sponsor us, we're not currently sponsored by one. That's why we're hitting all of our marks. If you're not on here, we would especially like to hear from you. It would be awesome. We pause a lot. We've been paused for about 20 minutes, so you would get insane amounts of ad time if you did decide to send us money so that you could sponsor us, and it would help our stream. But, you know, I'm saying this to nobody. It's for the bit. Let's be honest. But yeah, I mean, we're just gonna have to sit through this pause. Who knows how long it's gonna take. Stay on the edge of your seats. We had a lot of channel points put in on this poll. Anyone could come out with about like 80k, I think was what I saw put on each team. A lot of stuff going down there. I'm gonna run ads there so people don't get pre-rolls. Get your friends to watch this. Get anyone to support this as we can. It would be awesome to hit like a new peak viewer at the end of this, but I don't know. Should be a banger, but don't tell them until the pause is over. You know. Looks like R is coming down, so we should be back in the game at some point. But yes, first Silver Scrapes Game 5 ever in Scrim Zone League of Legends. So, you know, we're in for one. Okay. And it's going to hang up in about 10 seconds, and then I'll need to fix it, or we're good. Unsure. Anyway, do we see an invade for the first time in this game? If a Bard, it could happen. Or do we just see lazy, boring 5? Some damage dealt here. And there we go, there's the pause stick. Okay, we're good. No one worry. Spectate isn't broken. We just get a good old pause stick. No one taking some damage early. He's probably going to reset, so that shouldn't affect him. Jonah dancing. He's happy that hit.
Minions have spawned.
Everyone seems to be in good spirits, so I assume there's no tilt carrying over from any game, so this should be a pretty even footing one. Noam is actually not backing. He's just taking that damage. And there's some banter. Oh boy, we're lighting this up. I hope we keep it lighthearted here. Definitely a stressful scenario for people to be in. Hong and Boudreaux giving a nice solid leash to Noam here. Should be walking in. Important thing to note about Bard is he is able to hit level 2 early. What he can sometimes do is stay out of range of the first couple minions so that Honan also gets level 2 early, but I think he just doesn't expect to get it early, and Vi is going for the immediate invade. Isn't going to be able to find this, maybe. But yeah, spots out the Volibear and is just immediately running. Didn't pan out super well for him. He's now going to be super far behind on his clear. High potential for that to work, but didn't turn out so well here. And Tusini is going to have a very good time in this lane. Until about level 3, and then it starts to get a little risky. You just have to play around the Silas cooldowns. And Tusini getting some wards down. They're tracking this Volibear really well. And the Vi is just trying her best to catch up on this clear. She actually did have her smite available when Jonah didn't, so maybe could have looked for that ground, but just not worth it at that point. Especially with PTA, you are not winning that fight. Honan farming a lot better on the Ziggs in the early game compared to the Xerath. Honestly, banning the Xerath could have been a nice way to help him out, but those Xerath ultis are definitely the problem here. Hong farming that wave really well. Now the pressure's on Honan to get this. Farming under tower Ziggs is not as easy as farming normally with Ziggs. And there are pings coming down on the top side. Noam hoping to get the Scuttle Crab, but he's just zoned. There's not a way for him to be able to get this. Malphite just isn't strong enough at the early levels. His mana costs are way too high. Jonah gonna go over the wall, and he gets to steal. Clean stuff from Jonah there, or from Noam there. To the wrong thing. But now Jonah might just be able to pick up this kill. Flash is available from both of them, and that's first blood going over to Volibear. That is not worth it. Dying over Scuttle Crab, a common blunder from junglers. We have Crabber on Metabusters, I guess. And Arnie trading heavily into Stav. Whoever dies here, if they fully commit to a fight, is so doomed. Both of them have teleport, but just being able to expend these resources early puts you in a bad spot. And Jonah flashing in That was actually 2 flashes burned for 1 for Tusini. Stav looking to get this, but he needs to leave. Renekton wins this fight. They're trying to harass Jonah here. It could be rough though. Hong's here. If the Lulu can get to him, but that's so much damage coming out from Bard and gets knocked back into the bombs. This is not looking good for Metabusters. They seem pretty shaky after that last game. Noam sitting on a ward. Does have the farm advantage. Looking for maybe a flash in here, but Brewer just dashes away. Vi's going to continue with their clear. It's possible that Andromeda could get their first grubs of the series in this game. But they will be spawning in about a minute, so we'll have to find out then. No early dragon attention being given, especially because it's a chem tech. People aren't really looking for it. Jonah's just sitting down here, trying to catch a dive, but he is losing time this way. Vi currently clearing out some cams, probably going to take these Krugs and then go for a reset, go up top side towards those grubs, but I think Jonah's just trying to match her back timer. Tusini trying to trade here, but he's really low mana. Stav and Arnie trying to get into it. Stav has more mana than he did last time, but I think it's still a bit of a rough fight. You don't really pick Malphite to kill the Renekton, you just pick Malphite to kind of neutralize the Renekton. He's not going to be able to kill you, and you try to not have to use your ult defensively and use it for other things. Vi is actually doing the dragon here, isn't spotted out yet, but is going to be spotted by Bard, I believe. They're actually just going to, it's like ships in the night. No one's seeing anyone. And they are actually just going to completely sneak this dragon. But a fight is breaking out mid. Tusini in big trouble here. Has the Ahri ultimate, is dashing towards his team, goes over the wall, but Gruer has dashes to follow. Lulu here gets the polymorph off, but no, Gruer's going to be able to pick up that kill. The dragon does go down. Hong in a bit of a dangerous position here, doesn't have Fujer with him, and he's getting pinched off by the Ziggs. Noam could be in big trouble, has to get over the wall somehow, burns the flash. That's a dragon for a kill onto your mid laner, but that is gold going over to Gruer, who has been a huge problem this series. And now Stav trying to trade back onto Arnie. Dominus is popped. The rage is going back up. Arnie's going to heal. Stav just needs to ult out here. The longer he stays, the more trouble he's in. That was a short range Malphite ultimate. But it does the trick. Jonah coming down here, looking for maybe a play. He's not spotted out at all. Honan walking up pretty aggressively, and I think that sold the play. Yeah, Jonah just backing now. They got scared off. He cancels it. He's spending a lot of time just sitting around bot lane here. He's got a CS deficit because of it, but now they're spotting it out. Hong in trouble here. Isn't going to get stunned up by that. Does have flash, is able to get himself out. Exhaust is burned as well, though. That's 2 summoner spells for nothing. Good stuff coming out from Andromeda there. They have a decent advantage in this game. The gold lead is mostly neutralized by the dragon, especially with the extra threat the dragon provides you. And Vi continuing to not miss any grubs this series, but Gruer's rotating up. Ahri does not have the match here, but it's just to drop a ward. Narrowly does not end up seeing the Vi. And now they're committing 3 people for this. They really want to make sure these grubs go over.
Yeah, collecting your grubs here, so I think it's going to be huge.
Okay, let me turn you up. I can really hear you. Alright. Do have Jackson joining me on the cast, and these grubs are just going over to Vi. Still, well, how many grubs has it been? 21 for 0 on the grubs? Insane stuff from Noam here.
Yeah, I just came in on the last game, and yeah, it's crazy. 21 grubs through the series.
Future could be got here. Unfortunately, Gruer is going to miss the E2. And they are looking for maybe a collapse here. Huge fight could be breaking out in the mid lane. Tusini gets a nice charm, tries to save his ultimate. both supports just focusing more on vision. They want to get the Cog solo XP. It'll give him more health sooner, and he kind of needs to match the Ziggs if they want to be able to contest each other in the side lane. But losing XP levels on the supports is rough, and Bard doesn't have to deal with it as much as Lulu's going to have to. But now Tusini's in trouble. This is why he saved his ult earlier, and he's just going to be completely fine.
What is interesting is the CS difference we're starting to see in the bot lane.
Yeah, Hong was not super far ahead earlier. It felt like the Ziggs was helping Honan out a lot, but he's been having pretty good leads all series. I just wonder if it's going to be enough to kind of cut into this gold deficit, though. And another fight breaks out top lane. Dominus is available, is used. Stav might just need an ult to get out of this again, but if he can hold the ult, that is better, and looks like he's going to be able to. Game is very slow. It feels like neither team wants to make a mistake that would cost them their entire season at this point. Although Stav is staying pretty long. This stun catches him out, but again, he doesn't need to ult, so he's fine. Brewer, if he hit that, he was probably dead, but he might just be dead anyway. Now they just need to try and get someone back on it, but Jonas... Yeah, Jonah is intelligently walking away there. He turns to fight, and he's just going to die. Unfortunately, kill going over to Vi instead of Ahri. You would have wanted it onto the Ahri to accelerate Tusini here. Stop. Nerves of steel here. He's just staying. He knows his limits. Wants to catch this wave before he backs, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was holding on to that ult in case they did try to dive him.
Yeah. It's just if you hold on to it too long, it can get a little risky. Noam could be in a tough position here, but once again, plates are going over in MetaBuster's favor pretty early on in this game. They're trying to run out here. Fujer does get caught, but I think he's just going to be able to walk out by offering really good counter engage here. But this is a 4v3 in favor of Andromeda, and Fujer's going to get picked. And Hong tried to stay alive, but Brewer able to steal the Vi ult away, and he's dead. That's a 2-for-0 in favor of Andromeda. Really good stuff coming out from them.
That should go right into another dragon, or I guess a dragon for Andromeda.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough with Vi over the wall. She could just go for a steal. Gnome's been doing that all series, but it's very risky for sure. Yeah, they're just going to give it over. Yep, and it is going to be an Ocean Soul, and Brewer's just caught out here. Almost. And yeah, Tusini got a little greedy there. Forgot Silas can heal, and now gets caught out by the Bard ultimate. Tusini does have ult charges left, could get something going here. Or no, just has the duration of ult left. I think confuses me, but...
Yeah, he had used his 3. He just never got the resets.
Yeah, MetaBuster is kind of falling apart here. It feels like Andromeda kind of got back on their feet after that last game. Stav still in a really tough position here, trying to hold his ultimate. But he needs to use it now, but just use it in place. Honan falling down super low. If Hong's able to pick this up, it would be big. But Teleport coming out to try and save Arnier. Noam's now running away. Stav in a tough position here. The flash comes down. Be able to lock that onto Noam. Brewer has chains available, but is just going to grab Malphite ultimate instead. Really smart play here. He's going to try to look for Noam. Gets it, knocks him up in the air, and that's going to be a kill. Tusini trying to get anything back on it, but Brewer is monstrous here. And Hong is completely dead, just gets walked right on by the Volibear. Trying to go in, could find something onto Honan, but just doesn't have the vision, and he's gonna die also. Fujer dying to turret here, basically. And yeah, this is the last thing you want to see for MetaBusters. 1-8 start to this game, and they're down like 3,000 gold.
They're definitely playing for the late game Kog'Maw. I think that's their win con for now.
Yeah, it's just tough when you give over so much gold early. You need a way to stop. Well, you really only have a way to stop like 1 or 2 of their front lines, and the fact that 2 of them are fed already is really bad news for you. And Renekton has the most CS in the game, so he's basically just as big of a problem with his Buck Cleaver already. They got the grubs though.
Problem with Andromeda's comp is I think it falls off pretty around that 30-minute mark. like we saw last game.
Yeah, they definitely have the lead here that they need at this point in the game, and if they're able to snowball on the dragons, it puts Metabusters in a really tough spot. It's still salvageable here for now, especially because they're closing back in on the gold lead. And Cog has a lot of farm, but it's looking rough for sure. Silas does have Lich Bane already. Matching Ari's Malignance. Feels like Metabusters thinks they need to force stuff because they're still in the mindset from last game, but they definitely don't need to with this composition, because as you said, the game's going really good. Stav is actually winning trades now. You get enough points in the W and you start doing pretty well in this matchup. And Artie is really going to struggle to kill him without Dominus, and even with Dominus, it's going to be pretty rough. Looks like Volibear and Silas are walking up, but not committing to it. Noam decided 4 grubs was enough though. He's just ending 22-0 on grubs this series.
Did he just run out of time for the other 2 grubs? Or?
Yeah, I think he just walked away with them. And Tusini does pop his ult there and dodges away from the Ziggs bomb, but that's just an ult for ult trade. He's not going to get anything else there. Rift Herald is going to be taken by Jonah here. I think it's the first Void objective that he's... or the first pre-20 Void objective that he's gotten. But, I mean, with a lead like this on the top side of the map, it's really hard to not go for it. All of Metabusters' marbles have been in the Kog'Maw basket since draft, and they just gotta hope that his CS lead is enough to carry him here. He is up about 40, which helps, but he needs to just come online before one of these dragons. And the unfortunate thing with Protect the Cog comps is you need him to get kills, just because if other people are naturally getting kills, they're gonna accelerate faster than him, and it just means you're not gonna have enough gold on him. So you need to look for good opportunities for it.
With his gold lead right now, though, he's sitting with it about a 2.5 kills, so about 600. Ahead of the Ziggs, that is.
Yeah, looks like it's about 500. This Rift Herald is going down. They're trying to catch Guru here. Stav just needs to stay alive. But actually, Guru's caught out here. Bard ult comes down and slows it, which is just going to stall long enough for Dad to show up. But Future's here. No one gets Lulu ulted, but he's just going to get shut down by Jonah anyway. Hog's here trying to get so much damage down, but he's not getting quite enough. But that charm comes down huge, and they're giving it over to Hong. Goes through, and Hong still has his ultimate available to maybe look for something here. Flashes on his own E. He wasn't able to catch up to it, but Stav able to get a kill. Helping their front line out, and that is really good for Metabusters, unless Guru is just able to find Hong here, and then it's big trouble and Hong is just dead.
Yep.
And Redacted completely uncontested in the top lane, able to take a tower here. This play is super risky. Bai is not there, and she's the smite. Could get there faster than Volibear, but they need to worry about this Renekton is now proxying behind their second tier tower. In games like this, where it's so stressful, like just getting those early kills helps so much because you don't need to think as much about the decisions you're making. Like you could see Noam's pathing when he was over here. He kind of like double thought about what he was doing. He tried to full commit to the dragon and then spent some extra time to head top lane. But you're just so stressed about needing to win this game that it's kind of hard to make decisions on the fly at that point. So playing a more aggressive team comp like what Andromeda has could actually just turn out to be better for that reason.
Yeah, that's very true. With the cog comp, his spacing has to be almost perfect, and it's hard with multiple chains coming at you from the Silas and the point-and-click CC from the Renekton late game.
Yep. Yeah, I trust Hong. but we'll have to see. He is not off to a good start here. He's
Yeah,
building
you
towards
can
that Runans, it looks like. He's able to complete that, it'll put him in a really good spot. Ari and him have been farming way better than their lane opponents, but Arnier has been absolutely cooking this game. He has basically done CS per minute. He hasn't left top lane all game too, which is something to note.
Yeah, it's crazy. Another thing you can see is that Lulu already got the Michaels
Yep.
or Mikhails.
Yeah, that's going to be really helpful, especially because Cog didn't bring cleanse. You basically need Mikhails first with that. Brewer could be picked out here, though. Vi just going over. They're able to hit the charm, and Brewer just gets stunned up for so long. The polymorph should be able to doom him, but he's trying to get out. Tusini looking for it, and he's just not able to find it. They're not finding
He's
the
so
pick
far
on
ahead.
Brewer.
That is what happens when you are far ahead.
Yeah, the extra AP from the Lich gives him enough healing on his W to survive there. I don't know. Jonah showing up and getting the stun there was super helpful too. Just stalling them by such a short amount of time. Let's Brewer get out there. 600 gold would have made a huge difference in this part of the game. But Metabuster's just slowly falling more and more behind. Looking to get something done. Gets a lot of damage on the dad, but not enough to get a kill, and really good W, but now he's running in. Dodges the Bard ultimate, and he's just going to call that good. Goes for Bard ultimate. Is the exchange there, and they get Honen's Ghost out as well. The Cog is starting to look like a problem.
Yeah, on his next bag, he'll have 2 items.
Yeah.
He
That's double
looks
buffs.
like
If
he's
they
going
see
wide.
Dad, he could be in huge trouble. Wasn't able to get the auto off though, so Bork doesn't apply. And now Jonah's walking down. They're able to see him because he just cleared out the ward. They need to play safe here, but Vi's here to back up. No major objectives on the map that are contestable for another 2 minutes though. This mid tower is taunting Metabusters. They need to like blow on it lightly and it'll fall down, and it gives them so much more map control, but it's so hard to with Brewer just babysitting him.
I'd like to see just the Vi Force. Not right now, not with them covering
And now
3.
Tusini's in trouble. Does burn the ulti immediately. It gets flashed on by Jonah, but the flash is a big waste there. You're not able to find the pick, and Ari only has to use her ultimate. Saab doing his best to contest up here top lane.
Yeah, he's at the point now where he's. I don't think Arnie can kill him one-on-one.
Yeah. It's just all about playing the zoning game and trying to get more CS than the Malphite has. You just need to be more useful than him when you do enter team fights, and you kind of have to turn into like a split pushing connected style. Because for the Malphite to get used, he does have to leave lane, and you don't have to necessarily.
Yeah, this is true. As a Renekton, you do want to play for that, either that 1-3-1 or the 1-4 split.
Yeah, and Honk could be in big trouble here. Lulu ult is available, but Mikhails just comes down. They're just holding it. No, I'm looking for the ulti here onto Jonah, who hasn't used ultimate yet. But they can just chase and grab the tower here.
Force it, auto the tower.
Oh, Bard ultimate hitting onto Hong is
That's
bad
huge.
news for him. Lulu ultimate is coming out onto herself, and Hong is just going to fall on the backside of that fight, and that's 2 kills going to Brewer, and this might just be the Brewer show. Honan flashing in forward, trying to get something done, almost dies for it, but no, his team is just so far ahead. That's a triple kill for Brewer. He's flashing and looking for another one, but realizes maybe that's not the best idea and just backs up a little bit. 5k gold lead for Andromeda. They're looking so dominant here. Its whole point for Andromeda at 23 minutes is going to put a timer on this game for sure. Cog isn't going to be able to scale up as much as you want him to when that's like a constant threat living there. Especially when the Cogmos on the blue side, it's a lot harder to contest the dragons.
Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks to almost every game we played in this season.
Objective bounties are now present. Stav is going to do his best to stay alive here. He's very far from anyone on this team that can help him, and Renekton's sitting on an extra reset.
He's holding on to
help.
Yeah, but he still has ult. He's safe.
Tusini looking for something over the wall here, but they're just going to grab this control word. Baron is up and available. Later in the game, Kog is just going to be able to melt this. It looks like Hongbaba is itemizing towards a QSS of his own, and I don't know. It's tough. You didn't bring Cleanse, but you do have Mikhail's. But I think sacrificing 1,300 gold that could be a BF sword instead could cost you.
He might be going Wit's End. That's another angle
That's
he might
true,
go if he's going the on-hit build.
He's dead.
He is dead. That is for sure.
Completely caught out there, just walks up way too far. Gets a lot of damage with this passive, good utilization of it, but now this is set up perfectly for Andromeda. This is why you pick the Sylas. You can match the Malphite in the side lanes in the late game, and there's literally nothing this guy can do to you. Yeah, Renekton's just a looming threat. No one can really touch him. He has 250 CS at 25 minutes. Literally perfect.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Dad looking for a flank here? I don't think you find anything, but always good to harass. Took about half of Malphite's passive shield off and took like 300 damage from Thornmail. That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, all that needs to happen for MetaBusters to get back in this game, though, is there's a fight, and Honk gets like a triple kill on the right targets, and there you go.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of gold to be picked up on this side of MetaBusters.
Yeah. All Andromeda needs to do, though, is just lock down, focus, make sure that they get this Ocean Soul, and then it's going to be really hard for anything to happen there. Ahri is already itemizing towards the hill cut just in preparation for it. Sylas, well, the whole top side of the map heals a lot naturally, so it's pretty easy itemization. But Spirit Visage being itemized towards on Volibear, he's already working on his third item. Tusini gets a charm off, does not hit the Q though.
I think if it goes to a team fight type scenario, though, I do like MetaBusters comp a little bit better.
Yeah, I like their comp a lot. I don't like the score lines for Volibear and Sylas
yeah.
for MetaBusters, though.
It's an uphill battle for sure.
Yeah. They're able to catch people out with Vi Ultimate, in theory, but I'm just not sure who on their team could take enough damage fast enough in order to actually die. And I don't think
you use it to try and assassinate. I think you use it as a heal option.
That's true. The Bard ultimates are what are really going to get to me, because I think as soon as the Vi ultimate's burned, then that's such a free target for Bard to just lock them both down.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, it almost feels like letting it slip through draft was just like an accident, though. I don't think they were thinking about it. Because they'd banned it so early in draft and the other times, and they just didn't, I don't know, just didn't happen this time. Odin is now at 2 full items. He's basically just as strong, especially with that 7-stack Dark Seal. Hongbaba is just trying to stack as much gold off the map as he possibly can, though, try to keep himself relevant. Him and Malphite are both about 40 CS back from the Renekton. Arnate's just been being so efficient with his gold here. He's already level 16, max rank ultimate. Pretty disgusting stuff. Malphite has been mashing him really well, though. Unfortunately for MetaBusters, though, they haven't really seen the Malphite go across the map and look to help out in any of these fights, though. He's just been trying to do his best to match the Renekton.
The Malphite and the Renekton should be about even in gold, because of the kill the Malphite picked up early.
He's down about 1,200. Because Renekton's gotten so many towers.
This is true.
And
I didn't take
he's up
place
like
into
40
consideration.
CS. It's a bit ridiculous. Teleport is now coming down from Gruer. They're looking to fight this. He's going to try and grab that Malphite ultimate, but he stayed just out of vision. I think he's playing out of range. If they can kill Gruer before he gets the Malphite ultimate, that would be huge. Hongbaba stepped up just a little bit too close for my comfort there. And Tusini is caught out bad here. He needs to burn the ultimate early. And that could have ruined their chance to win this fight. The Ahri ultimate is so valuable. And what's tough for Meta Busters here is you can't just use the Malphite ult on a single target. You need to be hitting everybody with it just because of how far behind you are in this game. And giving the Dragon isn't really an option either. At least for them, though, Bard ultimate misses, but Andromeda just needs to hunker down this Dragon and go for it. No, I'm looking for a flank. Malphite ultimate only hits one, but hits the right target. They're able to just hold down Gruer. Gruer dropping down to about 800 HP, but it's not going to be enough. He heals up. No one falling down super low. He's going to be burned, but Hong getting so much damage from the backside of the fight. And there goes the other Malphite ultimate going in. Gruer getting so much done. That's a double kill for Arnie. Going to be a triple, and that is Soul, and that should basically secure the game for them. Gruer is going to pick up another kill on the backside here. There's no way Fudra gets out, and that should be an easy Baron. And Andromeda looks so dominant in this game. They just needed a taste of winning one game in order to lock in with the form we've seen them in all season. Meta Busters may have gifted this one. They did lock in Malphite and Ahri in R1 or in the first half and give him Silas, but is what it is. Obviously, Gruer isn't going to play like this every game. Well, he might. He probably is going to play like this every game. But there's always a chance that he doesn't.
So did Meta Busters start the series 2-0?
They did, yeah.
Like I said, oh dang. Not the reverse sweep.
Yeah. I mean, Andromeda gets a free win, so like they won 2 games in a row, but they weren't. The score wasn't 2-0.
Nah.
But I mean, it's for all intents and purposes a reverse sweep. I'm trying to find something on Honan here, not able to get luck. And yeah, at this point it just feels really hard for them. They've lost the Ahri ultimate before the last fight, still tried to force it anyway because they needed to. It was Soul, and they just weren't able to get more than a single kill on the Kog'Maw. Who's now 3.5 items, but now Gruer can just stab his way with Sav. And Ziggs just has so much turret pressure. Gruer now has Malphite ult again, and is probably just going to take it towards the Kog'Maw.
I'm surprised he could hijack it that quickly again.
Yeah, he has a lot of CBR at this point, I think. Right. Sit on about 30. Plus some of his runes, I think. But Ziggs should just be able to take this tower down. But his passive just does so much work. The range doesn't really matter because of Ziggs' passive for towers, but it does kind of matter in team fights, but certainly not when you're 10,000 gold ahead. And Soul.
There should be another tower going down in the top lane.
Stav might be able to hold him off. He does still have ulti. If he's able to like walk down and maybe find Gruer, but they just haven't been able to kill Gruer even when he is chain CC. Purely because of how ahead he is. And yeah, they're just sieging down now. Tusini is basically dead. He's not found a single kill for himself all game.
Yeah, they need to rotate to top, grab top tower.
And Hong getting some damage down, but it's just not enough. They're playing this methodically, taking it slow, getting double inhib, and then they're just going to push in slowly. They still have Baron buff for another 30 seconds. If they can get one of the Nexus towers here, it could be huge. And Tusini is just completely caught out here. Arnie popping the ulti. Gruer going in under tower, but Gruer actually just gets caught out now. There's a shutdown, but they're getting so much damage onto the towers, and Jonah's just on top of them. Tusini trying to get so much damage down. Dad falling down low. Arnie falling down low too. One more ult would have done it, but he just doesn't have it available. And now Hong is almost dying in base. Jonah about to fall, and now Arnie and Dad super low. Arnie taking some damage. He's getting chased down, but they just don't have the follow-up to get on top of him. They're going to get a 2-for-1 and save the base, but they lose 2 Nexus towers for it. And they're going to be at such a disadvantage when the Elder Dragon spawns.
Who picked up the shutdown? It was
Hong, who now has 4 items. But I don't think it's enough.
Like I said, he did end up going that Wit's End.
Yeah.
Just finished up his Rage Blade.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation where you need to itemize some of those like hybrid defensive items to deal with the Silas. But Arnie playing a literally like perfect game here. Really impressive stuff from them. Obviously, Brewer is making way more stuff happen around the map, but Arnie has done literally nothing wrong, and making sure that he doesn't give Metabusters a weakness to exploit. Yeah, I mean, Elder Flip, like, maybe gets something done, but there are double TPs for Arnier and Brewer, and that top lane is looking a little threatening, pushing in the supers. Noam needs to get out there. If he waited any longer, he was probably dead. Dad does have ultimate available. If he's able to catch out anyone with it, that's just the game.
Yeah, you're gonna... Looks like Andromeda's gonna push. You're gonna go down bot and push that in and pick up another turret.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Metabusters can even walk up far enough to contest Elder Dragon. Like, even if it was possible for them to win the fight, I just don't think it's possible to get a fight. Hong trying to get as much damage as possible. Arnie just loses half his health in like half a second. But now Hong's caught.
Hong's dead.
But it doesn't matter though, I think it just waited too long.
No.
And yeah, Zigzalt comes down, but that's all the follow-up they have. And now they're retreating. Double TPs are still available though, so you need to clear out both top and mid wave, which is just too much to do for this team. Malphite has no wave clear. But no one looking for Jonah here is probably just going to die for it. But Hong trying to get as much down as he can, but now everyone's on top of him. Dad might die. That's a huge stun onto Hong, and it just doesn't get Mikhails fast enough. And now Hong's dead, and that should be the game. But Malphite going up, but no, there's just way too much healing from the side of Andromeda, especially with that Ocean Soul, and this is going to be the game. Arnie teleporting to the top side. Stops, not able to stop it. Brewer also TPing to that ward, and they're going to clean this out. This was a 4-hour stream. Almost exactly. Wow. That was a decisive way to end that series. Really, really well played by Andromeda there.
Definitely a statement game.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to see if we can drag some people in for interviews there. That was wild. Okay, Stanley, I gotta interview you first. I need to hear the Japan ping Discord.
Hey, can you hear me? I'm like outside.
Yeah. How are you feeling right now?
Uh, Pretty good. I think this is uh hold hold on.
Here, I'll get someone else. I'll get you back in later. All right, Brewer, Stanley's having some mic issues.
Hello.
How are you feeling right now?
Dude, I'm so tired. Like, I'm gonna pass out.
That was the longest series. Maybe not. Our series versus MVP that had the game that went to 65 minutes. That one might have been longer. But in terms of number of games, that's the longest series we've ever played. How do you feel coming back from the 2 games that you lost right at the beginning?
The brink of despair. I mean, it was first games were rough. Credit to them. I think they had a really good strategy. I think they played it really well. I think we misplayed a little bit, but I don't know. They played really good, and that felt really difficult. We kind of just said, okay, the game we won, we said we're just going to pick Aurelion Sol and try to scale and see what happens.
And it worked.
And it worked, but that started off rough too. I mean, I thought Tuccini played a really good series.
He did.
He was really difficult. It was really challenging to play into him. I thought he played really well. That Kiana was scary, dude. I've never even played that matchup, and he was kind of smashing me.
Yeah, he was playing really well. Arnier really just like leveled up in the last 2 games. Was that something that you guys were like aware of, or was it like,
Dude,
or is it just
Arnier-
expected behavior from him?
Man, well, I will say he farmed better that last game than any game I've ever seen him in his life. I told him if he farms that well, he'll make it to Masters. But no, Arnier is just that dude. He is like the morale for our team. He keeps everybody's mental in check, and he's just a rock up there on the Renekton. I mean, just absolute great performances. Even when he has bad starts, he stays in it. Like the game we won with Aurelion Sol, I think he died like twice really early to Fiora, and then still became enough of a threat to kind of keep us in that game. And I don't know. I could talk about every single one of my teammates. Like, they all played so well.
Yeah. Well, if I were... Actually, I'll just get... Stanley, if you can unmute and share your Your thoughts on it? I don't know if you hear or not.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
All right, cool. Yeah, my computer just died, but
unfortunately.
no, I was just sitting at like a little outdoor table in like the corner of the campus, just rooting for my team. But I don't know. I'm so proud of everyone, and they just like, I don't know. I feel like throughout the season they really like worked so like what's it called? Improved the team synergy so much, and like I don't know, watching them play is just
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm very proud of them, I guess.
yeah, it's got to be nice just watching someone like you probably have felt like never had less control over your team than you do now. You're like literally on the opposite side of the globe. Um, but yeah, I think it's got to be nice watching them clutch up at the end. I'm gonna go ahead
But yeah.
and pull Arnie into there. Think we gotta get him next. All right,
Definitely.
Arnie,
Oh, hello? Oh shit, hi.
you played insane to clutch out that series. Like it was looking so rough, and then you stepped up
Yeah.
in such a huge way. You absolutely gapped the fuck out of Stav in game 2, and I don't think you made a single mistake the entirety of that last game. How are you feeling?
Yeah. I just had to lock in, man. I had to do it for my team. I didn't have the best performances early on, but I managed to pull it back, reset my mental, and I just managed to pull through and just managed to compete at my best.
Yeah.
And I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have done it without my team. They're very, very supportive. Everyone holds each other together, and I'm just really appreciating my team. Without my team, I don't think I could have performed how I did.
Gotcha. That's really heartwarming to hear. I know
Yeah.
you pivoted off the Renekton after the first game. Probably didn't feel super confident on it. Went over to the Scion. I absolutely hate that Scion Ornn matchup. I'm not sure why you picked it, but that one didn't go great either.
Yeah.
But then, what was the call there? Like, I just need to get back on Renekton, be on my comfort, or did you just think it was the best
We
pick in both of those
essentially said that in
scenarios?
comms. Yeah, we essentially said that in comms. Sorry for cutting you off, but
No, you're good.
yeah, we essentially just said in comms when we were down, when they were on match point, we just told ourselves lock comfort, and we committed to that to the best of our abilities. I kept on playing the Renekton, just my most comfortable champion I've played throughout the entire season, and the only champion can really play well at 170 ping. But
Very true.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. We just had to adapt to we just had to adapt. We had a rough game too, but honestly, it didn't really matter because our team just had such good mentals. We just had a good mental reset, focused on what we were good at, and we managed to clear out the series no problem.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like no problem, but I mean, it ended the way you needed it to,
Yeah,
right?
it was kind of close. It was kind of close. Not gonna lie, but
Very close.
yeah, it was very close. We were kind of clinched for a little bit, but we managed to get the dub. So
Yeah.
what else matters at that point?
Yeah, it's very fair, very fair. I am not gonna pick favorites between the rest three of them. So, who do you guys think I should pull in next?
Oh, get Dad in here. He's got some shit to talk.
Oh,
Let
okay.
him
Yeah.
do it. He won. He deserves it.
Okay, I've been warned. Please keep it civil. But
Hello.
what are your thoughts at the end of the series?
Yeah, it was actually closer than I thought it was gonna be. Came in super confident, thinking it was just gonna be like an easy 2-0, and they definitely surprised us.
Yeah, I mean, do you think you've earned that top spot for the bot lane, or do you think they gave it a good fight and you were able to win elsewhere on the map?
I mean, the only time I died in that last game was because Honan left me at the very end. So
I'm blaming your teammates. Awesome. Everyone else is like, my team is the greatest ever. I could have done without your team, and you're like, yeah, he ruined my KDA, man. Like,
he did. Come on, dude. But no, it was good. I mean, I basically played 2 champions, and most people ban them both. But I was happy to finally get one of them and perform well on it. I don't know. It's just fun. Bard is fun, you know?
yeah, I mean, I was watching draft, and I was like, okay, I feel like they have a really good draft here. They can just slam like Coglulu, and they're in a pretty good spot. Like, obviously, that Silas was like really sticking out to me. I didn't think it was good, but I thought they had all their bases covered. Then I see Bard pop up on my screen. I'm like, they totally forgot to ban it, and I feel like they probably just also forgot. There's so many drafts that you're thinking about throughout that entire series. Like, do you think they were like trying to bait you into picking it, or do you just think it was a genuine like mistake?
I mean, I didn't pick it the other games that it was open because it didn't feel good. So I think they were probably thinking the same thing. I mean, I think after we started banning Talia, it was like opened me up to the engage supports more. But that
Gotcha.
last game, there's no way I can play anything against Cog Lulu that's not barred, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's super fair.
I mean, they played well. I don't want to take anything away from them. Like,
oh yeah, no,
they
that
played
was a
really
fantastic
well,
series from both of you. I think
but it just seemed like the only pick that I could pick
Right.
R5 to make this team win.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that game could have gone super differently if they didn't just like I don't know, shit happened pre-10, and at that point, like, what do you even do? But they made a really good comeback throughout the game. I thought it was going to pull a little bit closer, but y'all just team fought so well.
Yo, you said it on cast at the very end there. Kog'Maw 3 autos half of Arnie's HP.
Yeah, it was
That had me a little
ridiculous.
nervous, dude.
Oh, yeah. Very nervous. Very
Yeah.
nervous.
Yeah. So who do I pull next? I'll let you pick that.
I don't know. Pick Jonah. It's jungle diff every game.
Okay.
No matter if we win or lose.
All right. Jonah, I've been told every game
Oh.
is jungle diff for Andromeda, regardless if you win or lose. How do you respond to these allegations?
As in, like, I'm carrying or I'm the shitter?
I think that's what he means. Like,
Exactly.
I'm
either.
the shitter? Yeah, that's fair.
No, I think it means either. Depending on the result of the game, you either carry or
yeah,
you
no,
don't.
that sounds like me.
Okay. So what was your thought process kind of going through those games regarding the picks? You were experimenting with some different stuff, then you just dialed in on that Volibear. Was the Volibear kept in mind throughout the whole series, or did you just kind of default to it, or what were you kind of thinking?
I mean, normally we play it with the Zillion, but after the first two games, we had to gank Teddy, so it was like that, or like Zinza or J4, and Volley is what we've been practicing. So
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what Mason and I called out on the cast. We just wanted to see something more aggressive from you. I mean, Zach can gank pretty early, but not as early as the Volley can, obviously. And you spent a lot of time just sitting down there in the last couple of games. Does that like ever bother you? Like if you're just sitting in lane and just like watching the bot lane and you've been there for like 30 seconds, like does that ever get in your head and you're like,
no,
am
it
I making
doesn't
the right
matter.
decision? Or
I think it depends on the matchup and like what champions are playing and how much I'm being punished for it. But I think I surprisingly got away pretty scot-free for spending as much time as I did down there, so
yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got really lucky there. I think you saw Noam at the beginning of that last game when he went for the quick invade.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did.
That cost him a lot. It could have been really good, but yeah, I think that definitely takes a lot of stress off your shoulders because you know you're out tempoing him for the rest of the game. But I don't know if that was like a sigh of relief to you because I felt like it would have been for you just from like a spectator.
I mean, it
perspective.
was good to know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. When you take that much time, especially as a level 2 Vi, to walk away, it's like it's rough.
Yeah. Did you go into this experience? Sorry, I just ate my words. Did you go into this series expecting to play against Joey? Because that's what I was thinking. I
mean,
wasn't sure if you knew.
Kinda. I mean,
okay.
like we expected their more typical draft.
Yeah.
So we were a little caught off guard when this was the roster they were running, especially when in roster tool they had Teddy in mid and Stav as ADC.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought they were gonna go with that. They honestly could have at any point during it.
We thought that they were gonna stick with it, but I think I'm guessing game 1 after we banned a couple of Stav's ADCs.
Yeah,
they decided to just put Teddy down there. And you know what? It worked for them, so it was a good adaptation.
Right, and then why not stick with it? Totally makes sense. But I don't know. I felt like, just from like a observer perspective, I felt like putting Noam in there, just his playstyle seemed to counter you guys a lot more. Was that like something that you guys were conscious of and like adapted to throughout the series, or do you just think there's like a bit of a warm-up period as a team?
I don't know. I think a lot of it was just us getting used to the way they were playing the game.
So definitely like a bit of an adjustment to the new roster. But
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That can always go like one way or the other. They're either hot off the start and then you guys figure them out, or they struggle to learn and then come out of it. But worked out very well for you guys. I'm gonna try and get in here.
They definitely played it well. So,
but yeah, I mean, GG's to everyone involved. All right, Honan. Last but not least, you finally entered the Scrim Zone cast, your true home. And oh my God, there's a whole NFL fanfare going on here. Conan, how are you feeling?
Over the moon. Me and Brewer have finally gotten 2 wins in a row.
True.
That's funny.
Uh,
Was there any chance we were ever going to see her thresh? Because I was thinking about it all the time, and I wasn't sure.
yes, if Teddy
Okay.
picked anything other than Kog'Maw, if I'm being for real.
That's
if I
crazy.
picked Thresh, I Anathema's Ori, and then I build full armor. And we already have a bunch of damage.
Gotcha.
But they didn't, and I got to pick Ziggs for Dark Technologies.
That's very true. I felt like the Xerath ADC game from you was a rare miss, I will say. I was not particularly thrilled with that one, but oh my god, the Ziggs blew me away.
Yeah,
You're behind, and then you just, all the towers just disappeared out of nowhere.
I am a chef, just let me cook.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, what, 4 different picks from you that series?
Yeah, I repeated Ash No, I didn't repeat anything.
Yeah.
No,
actually.
they banned that.
Yeah. I don't know. You certainly cooked. Was fun to watch you as always. I never know what to expect, and it certainly didn't disappoint. Really brought it around.
If it was
these last couple of games.
if it brings you any joy, I was actually going to pick Kog'Maw.
It does.
I was thinking about it.
I wonder how the game would have went if you did that.
I'm not saying I would have, but I was thinking
All
about
I'll
it.
say is that I'm glad that we wins.
I don't know. AP Cog might have been
There's
good.
no way.
All right.
But yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with how we all performed at the end. God,
Yeah.
Teddy's give me a run for my blood, and he bought, dude. He absolutely took me out back.
Yeah, he played really well that series. Everyone on Metabusters did.
Yeah.
That was probably the most fun series I have ever casted, just because of the length of it. There have been better games individually, but just the longevity of how you guys did that and the ability to just bounce back from that 2-0 start of it, that would have completely ruined the mental of a lot of players in this server. So a lot of fortitude there. I will go to your captain if there's anything extra he wants to say to wrap this up. But just once again, congratulations to all of you. Really good way to close out the season. Banger series and good games. Stanley, you got anything?
Not really. I just want to say again, well, congratulations to my players, and I'm really glad that all the effort that you guys put in, I paid off, because I would always be waking up and heading to class, and I'd see them all in a channel practicing. So I'm really glad that it worked out.
Well, work
Let me
hard.
say one thing if I can.
Yeah.
We got to give a shout out to Apari. He played really well for us this season. He played in about half our games. We had 2 junglers. It was difficult, especially as you got towards playoff. Nobody wants to get left out, but dude was mentally strong, was always there when we needed him, and we wouldn't have made it this far without him practicing with us and playing with us as well. So I want to shout him out.
Yeah, I will second that. When we played against him, I feel like he absolutely rinsed us. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
You have not seen the last of Apari. Your brother's cooking in the back. You have no idea.
That's my bestie,
Yeah.
bro.
He
That's
was
my
cheering you
bestie.
guys on in the Twitch chat, so definitely part of the team the whole way down. But all right, I will cut it off and I'll let you guys go celebrate. But banger games.
I will say
Thanks,
one more
everyone.
thing.
Oh yeah.
To make up for this 4-hour stream, Dean, I'm going to give you another game where we take the game in 16 minutes the same way I did Thresh last season.
You know, I thought you were gonna be gifted sub. No, you're torturing me. Okay.
No, why would I give you a gifted sub, brother? If the money go to me.
Okay, I'm gonna cut this off. I'm being threatened here. But congratulations again to Andromeda, and really well played to Metabusters as well, and all the teams this season. This was probably the most competitive season we've ever had, all the way up. So really good stuff. GG's everybody.